I am gonna forget if I don't do it now. So let me just turn that on real quick. Excuse me. Um, but yeah, we have 3 days until the ACL live stream fest begins, and we have like a lot of news, I guess, like just in general, with regards to Pokemon Unite and other stuff, but nothing too crazy that's really worth losing any sleep over. Excuse me. Felt that one coming. So what I was gonna do today is just mention everything that was worth mentioning news related wise, and then afterwards I can move on to the final day of the regional VOD that I didn't watch at all because I didn't want to watch it live because I was just getting bored and it was torturing me basically. So that's what I plan on doing. And I'll turn it into an educational stream mainly because you guys are used to me shit talking, playing solo queue, all that stuff. But a lot of the time when I stream Pokemon Unite related stuff, I don't really I don't really break down my thought process and like how I approach the game because obviously I don't really have the time to do that if I'm focusing on playing the game. Like yeah, I can multitask to a certain extent, but at the same time, um, even if I do that, you're not getting like the full value of why I did things and why I didn't do things. So maybe I could do that today and, diversify the quote unquote content. But anyways, obviously the biggest Unite related news is probably the ACL finals of 2026, which is going to be happening starting this Friday. So it starts on Friday, ends on Sunday. So it's essentially a 3-day tournament, and it's obviously going to be on the main broadcast channel. Um, Obviously, a lot of other people are probably going to be co-streaming, doing their watch parties, all that stuff. I'll be watching it just because. So this one is a bit of an exception. Normally, I don't care too much about Pokemon Unite tournaments, but because this is the first and I think the only major international event, because it includes the Asian teams as well. This is probably going to be like the only one that I would consider worth watching before the World Championship itself. Um, at least from like a regional perspective standpoint type of thing. So we have our schedule here. Starts on Friday, the 27th, which is obviously this week, and then Sunday it ends, and then it has the different time zones because obviously, people are from different areas of the world. So Pacific time zone for Pacific Daylight UTC 7. It's going to be starting at 5 p.m. PDT, UTC 12 a.m. UTC, and then Japan Standard, which is 9 a.m. JST. And of course, going to be on the official Pokemon Unite channel, so I believe that's going to be really wait. Well, it's early for the Asian side. I think it's going to be kind of late for us, at least depending on how long it goes. So obviously, it's going to be up to you for whether you watch it or not, but I'm going to be watching it. I'll be watching it live over here on my channel, and obviously a lot of other people. This one's not that big of a deal. This is just in regards to if you want a Twitch badge. So basically, there's going to be the whole hosting or watching co-streams, whatever. And then if you buy a sub or gift a sub, primes don't count, unfortunately, which is lame. You'll get the Charizard 2026 PUACL Twitch badge. So if you want that Twitch badge from Friday to Sunday, you'll have until 11:59 p.m. UTC to gift or buy a sub for yourself, and then you'll get that badge. And then you can obviously just showcase it. Well, just use it on your Twitch account if you choose to do so. This one is the screenshot of the final standings of all 3 regional leagues that took place last week. So basically, you have the final standings for everyone, and essentially, this is EU, NA, and LA, Latin America. So yeah, we can just see right here. Naturally, you'll use the little red Pokeball. So you have numbers 1 to 5, first to 5th place in the respective regional league. You have the little Pokeball symbol indicating that they have qualified for the playoffs. And then X marks the spot. You have been eliminated, essentially. So it's the same same concept for all three leagues. I guess in terms of number one, BH3 ends the regional week 4 at number 1 with 12 wins, 0 losses. So they've won every single best of 3 series that they participated in so far. Force Gaming at number 1, 11-1. And then Root Dig at number 1, 11-1 as well. Peru Unite so Peru, I'm only going to mention them mainly because they are the previous world champions, at least for 2025. So they ended up at number 3. So I'm sure that's probably a little disappointing considering you probably hold yourself to a high regard being the world champions, and there's a lot more expectations of you, naturally. Like, I've always said this so many times, but when you are number 1, or when you've accomplished everything that you could have done as a UCS team, essentially, like, once you become a world champion, there's nothing else after that. Like, yeah, you can win it again, potentially, but it's not like there's going to be a higher accolade than being a world champion. So, it's pretty, like, as unfortunate as it is today, it's pretty much only down from there. It's either you stay up there or you go down. There's no either or, because it's either you maintain that level of skill to be a world champion again, or you just perform worse, whether it be because you as a team are not necessarily playing your best, or the other teams got better, whichever comes first. So there is that. Obviously, this is something that came up this was 2 days ago. Timmy Studios, that's right, Timmy Studios made a Discord for all their things, I guess. Everything that they're essentially involved with. I saw a lot of people, like, specifically from the Pokemon Unite community saying, oh my god, Pokemon Unite's not on their advertising. Like, who cares, bro? Like, at the end of the day, like, being on here, not being on there, it's not going to change anything. People, yeah, like, obviously you would expect Pokemon, yeah, like, you would want, if you're a Pokemon Unite supporter, you would want the company that's running that game to kind of promote that game, or at the very least give it that recognition. So I think it really irked people that when you actually go to the image, so obviously we're now a Discord. Join the official Timmy Studios group community to connect with players and developers worldwide. Events, conversations, and more, all in one place. Timmy Discord, Timmy Studios group, now on Discord, blah, blah, blah. You have the QR code, I'm assuming for the Discord itself. And then you have Delta Force, Honor of Kings, Age of Empires, Arena of Valor, AOV, Call of Duty Mobile, and Honor of Kings, but no Pokemon Unite. So obviously people are like, oh my god, where's Pokemon Unite? Wow, the group is not advertising Pokemon Unite? Oh my god, it's the end of the world, guys. But, yeah, so naturally I joined it. I joined it to see what it was like, and quite frankly, it was nothing special. Like, a lot of the time, it's kind of just dead. Nothing, like, the link is there, so, like, if you guys want to join it, by all means, you guys can check it out yourself. Quite frankly, there's nothing in here that's really worth your time. Personally, that's my opinion. But if you want to be a part of this community, then, of course, by all means, you can join the Discord. I can honestly just, hold on. How do I will link the post in the chat in case, for whatever reason, you want to join the Discord. So that's the post to what I'm looking towards. You click that link, you'll see the post, and then the Discord link is in the caption itself. So there's that. Problem with Unite is that the devs have no say compared to their other games they develop. TPCI has all the control. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think it's just like one of those ways to try to, honestly, like, I don't think anything productive is going to come from this Discord. I think it's just a way to give that false perception that they have any interest in the community, if I'm being honest. I don't think they're going to be having any major discussions or reveal any information that's actually like, oh my god, I need to know that type of thing. So yeah, and of course it's not limited to Pokemon Unite. You have other Timmy Studios games with different tabs in there. So yeah, that's pretty much the Timmy Studios news. Let's lock in that World Champ buff. So this is coming from Rival Esports. Rival Esports HQ. Let's lock in that World Champ buff. Big welcome, Coach / Unite. So / Unite, formerly of LG, formerly of oh god, I already forgot their team name. Jesus. I think it was Evo Unite or some shit like that. So formerly of LG, former world champion. Then he ended up leaving North America to go join a Southeast Asia team, and then he competed with that team for the respective season split, and then they didn't even qualify for the playoffs. And then now he has moved on to Rivals Esports. Hopefully I got that right. You guys can fact check me if you want, but I think that's pretty much what happened. So, yeah, he has moved on to a new team. But instead of being a player, he is now a coach. I don't know how much I haven't been keeping up with Rival Esports, if I'm being honest, so I don't know how well they've been doing as a whole up until now, because I've not been like following along. So I can't really give you any opinions about them as a team. Whether or not Slash is going to make a difference or not, I have no idea. I thought it was a little funny, and it might be a little rude, but I thought it was kind of funny that he left North America to join leaving North America to join a different region. There's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, you want to, you already became a world champion, you can broaden your horizons and try a different region. But I thought it was kind of funny that he joined a different team, didn't even qualify for playoffs, and then he's already moved on to another team. So I think it's just kind of funny. But yeah, he's a coach now instead of a player. Japan ain't ready for this smoke. So we'll see. And then, a couple comments here, but nothing too special over here. PUACL. So this is the tournament that's happening starting on Friday, so this week, so you haven't missed out. But these are all the teams that are going to be competing in the upcoming tournament. So the big thing, besides the fact that it's the first major international tournament that's going to incorporate teams from every single region, number one, that's the first thing. Number two, I saw the scheduling for this, so I am really eager to kind of see this matchup. But Dignitas, which is NA's number one team, is going to be facing off against Reject in their first match. So in their first matchup, it's Dignitas versus Reject, and this is Overlord's team. Overlord team versus the NA number one team. So keep in mind they're also the number 3 team. So it'll give you a little bit of indication of how these teams stack up against each other. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Well, I won't say it doesn't matter, but in hindsight, yes, you can be the best team in your respective region, but it won't really matter too much if you can't compete against the other regions. There were high hopes. If we're using last Worlds as an example, everyone had high expectations of North America and a bunch of other teams from different regions. I'll be you don't have to take my word for it. It's literally just facts. It's based on things that happened already. NA got smoked last Worlds. 3 of the 5 teams that went to Worlds last year didn't even make it out of groups. One of them didn't even win a match. For that matter. One team didn't even win. Like three teams didn't qualify to groups. Then there was Orange Juicers, I believe, and Luminosity Gaming at the time. So Luminosity came in third overall, if I remember correctly, and then Orange Juicers got eliminated in the top 16, if I remember correctly. So obviously very disappointing. And LG, despite being, the powerhouse they were with that team, they still came in third. So that's just an example of the multiple regions facing off at the world stage when it counts the most. So yeah, we have all these teams that are going to be participating this Friday, ending and starting on Friday and ending on Sunday. So going through the roster list, Fennel number 1, Scars came in second, and Reject came in third. We got, and sorry, I shouldn't even read the placings because these are for respectively different things. But so we got Fennel, Scars, Reject, Enterforce 36, Onic Rise, Full Sense, T1, Reckoning Esports, GMU, Rival Esports. So it's probably worth mentioning right here that this is the team that Slash is coaching. So, I mean, they were already number 1 for APAC West even before Slash showed up, I'm pretty sure. So, we'll see if that. We'll see if they are able to maintain that consistency, I guess. So yeah, Rival Esports, Team Nemesis, Godlike Esports, Dignitas, CACM Esports, Force Gaming, and Dark Peach. I don't have an Instagram, by the way, so I don't know why you're trying to get that command. Yeah, I don't have an Instagram. Never. And then finally, in terms of Unite related news, sorry, it's not Unite related. It's just completely separate. For those of you that might be interested, because it's Pokemon related, the next major game that people have been kind of hyping up and waiting for is releasing on Nintendo Switch on April 8th. Obviously, there's that Pokopia game that got people's attention for a while, and then obviously kind of just, I don't want to say people aren't playing it, but it kind of fizzled out. Like that hype for new games is always a thing. It's always going to be a thing, but the longevity of the game is a completely different thing from that initial wave of hype. Like Pokopia was exciting for the first, I don't know when it came out, so I don't want to mislead you, but it was really hyped up. It was going strong for the first 2 weeks, and then obviously not as many people are playing it, but you still have a active amount of people still going at it. Hold on, let me open up give me 1 second. In minutes. Sorry. Okay, so if we go to yeah, so there's still obviously compared to Unite, this thing is eclipsing our category right now. 10,000 viewers, so you can see that it still has a respectable amount of people, watching it, but I'm sure there's more people playing it, that's for sure. But yeah, Pokemon Champions coming out on April 8th, Nintendo Switch. Additionally, a free update for Nintendo Switch 2 owners will provide even clearer graphics. So yeah. I don't know if you guys care, but I guess we can watch it because, some people don't I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even really know what Pokemon Champions was, just because I'm not really going out of my way to familiarize myself with what this game is all about. But we can watch it. I mean, oh wait, shoot, did I forget? Hold on. Let me just. Alright, I have to switch my settings around when I'm not. So you have a roster of six, and then you pick four out of those six based on what you see. So this is basically what VGC, except it incorporates Pokemon Home, I guess. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like when I look at this or when I watch this, to me it looks it basically just looks it's PvP without the story mode. So like any main series game that is Pokemon, you have the battling only, except it's without the battle, like without the story, whatever. Okay, well that was pretty much it for Pokemon Champions. So it comes out April 8th, so yeah, we're not that far off, guys. It's like if that's something you've been waiting for, that's what 2.5 weeks away, I think, or like so. Yeah, there's that. Honestly, like it's not I'm not really a big Pokemon fan. Like I play game like, but besides the fact that I play Unite, it's not like I'm a diehard Pokemon fan. I played the early main series games, and then after that, I kind of just stopped. Not that I didn't like Pokemon, it's just I kind of lost interest in the whole playing every single main stories. Like I've said this so many times, but I started with Gen 1, and then I finished at I think Diamond and Pearls when I stopped for the main series games, and then I played the remakes, of course, like Fire Red, Leaf Green, Omega Ruby, Omega Sapphire, uh, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, all that stuff. So I played the remakes, and then I stopped for a while, and then I ended up playing Scarlet Violet. That was like so Scarlet and Violet is the last main series game that I played, and I played that one on stream, and I had fun. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like once I beat the story and once I got my fill of catching whatever Pokemon that was available in the game, I kind of just stopped. I don't really care for shiny hunting, so obviously that is a big portion of the game for some people, but for me, running back and forth with sandwiches and Lucky Charms, whatever, trying to find a shiny variant is not really something that appeals to me. So it's I don't know. This is just battling. I mean, maybe I'll give it a try. We'll see. Like no promises, but maybe. But either way, like based on how I am as a person, I promise you, even if I play it, I probably won't stick to it. So yeah, it's gonna be one of those things in which like the Pokemon Unite player base is already dead enough as it is. So when this game comes out, I imagine that a lot of people are gonna transition over to this. Whether it's forever or not, obviously I don't know, but I guarantee you that you'll probably notice a dip in the player base around the time that this comes out, and probably for at the bare minimum a few weeks. So it's gonna suck, but it is what it is. So that's pretty much all the news in a nutshell. Just kind of speed running it really quickly, starting from obviously what I covered at the beginning. We got the ACL schedule. We have Twitch badge if you are gifting a sub or buying a sub for yourself. We had the stats for every single team from North America, North America, Europe, and Latin America. Timmy Studios Discord group. We have Slash switching over from EVOS to Rivals Esports, but he went from player to coach. We got all the teams that are playing in the PU ACL finals this upcoming weekend, or starting on Friday and ending on Sunday, and then Pokemon Champions. So that's pretty much it. So obviously I can just close all this now. Hold on. Close this too. That and there. Okay, so like I said, I was gonna watch this at some point, and I figured today would be the day to do that. Just because this is the VOD that I didn't get to watch, mainly because I didn't want to watch it live. Like I said this so many times, I didn't want to watch it live. It was taking way too long. Too much of this and not enough of the gameplay. And I know it's not as exciting to watch things. It's like, especially if you watched already, or if you know the result, it's not exciting in that regard. But for me, I just prefer to watch things at my own pace, especially when I didn't spoil it for myself, so it can still be exciting to a certain extent, but I'd rather just watch it at my own pace rather than watch it live and sit there for all eternity waiting for what should be like a 4-hour stream turning into like a 8 to 12-hour stream, depending on how much they talk and how much like technical difficulties they have. So yeah, I'm gonna watch all the matches, but I'm gonna skip all the parts that involve the post-game dialogue and whatnot, because I don't need to, like, no disrespect intended, but I don't really need to hear the casters to understand really what's going on in the game. Hold on. Let me just make sure everything's closed. Let me close this. Let me close that. Okay. So it's also worth mentioning at this point, this is week 4, the most recent VOD for the regional leagues for all the respective regions. At this point, a majority of the teams that are playing in each respective league have pretty much already solidified their positioning when it comes to qualifying for the playoffs. There are obviously, at this point, still a handful of teams that can play spoiler or still need to qualify. So some of these matches in hindsight don't matter, except for, seeding and prize pooling. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, a lot of these teams already qualified for the playoffs. So it's kind of just like I don't want to say for fun match, but it doesn't really change too much in the grand scheme of things. I'll put my camera in the middle. Oh, it's also worth mentioning right here. Sorry, I'll like this team right here. This is the one team from Europe that's going to be going to compete at the PU ACL tournament this upcoming weekend. So, regardless of their standings in the regional league right now, this, like, whatever few matches they play on this VOD are pretty much like their last competitive matches that you'll see them play until PUACL is over. So for them, I would say these matches kind of matter in the sense of you want to get that practice before you leave and embark on this new tournament journey. Because you're the only one from Europe that's going to be representing Europe, so there is also that as well. And then if you're wondering why they are competing at PUACL, it's because they came in top 3 at LAIC. So if you... Sorry, let me just turn the volume down. If you were top 3 at LAIC, you qualified for PUACL, which is how they ended up in the tournament. Do they play without emblems or what? They So in tournament mode they play without emblems. They have always played without emblems. So it's basically just items and items and team compositions, which is drafting. Okay, so one thing though, guys, I'm gonna try to be informative about this. Like a lot of you guys probably already watched the matches or know the results, so in that regard, this VOD watching session doesn't really matter. I'll try to be informative, trying to give you my thoughts on what is going on in the game, and give you guys like the breakdown from my perspective. Obviously, I can talk about team comps all day and all night, but at the end of the day, I don't play with or know what's going on behind the scenes as to how some of these teams choose to draft. Like I can vocalize my thoughts on like why I like or don't like certain team comps, but obviously when you're going into a best of 3, you must have some sort of strategy that you want to execute when the match begins. So, sometimes although it may not look like there's some teams that draft really oddball team compositions, so I can voice my opinions about that, but at the end of the day, they have a strategy, so I'm just going to assume they're trying to execute it. Whether or not it works or not, that's a completely different story. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we got Surf Edge Jungle. Okay, so this is actually pretty interesting because you don't really see it too often anymore. Number one, so we got Surf Edge Jungle over here, and then we have two EVs over here. Now, this is coming from a jungler perspective. I talked about this, especially in my solo queue streams, but this is something that's worth mentioning here as well. This was always a thing, but the XP share change that took place a while back benefited the side laners, so obviously these guys. The XP share change benefited the side laners, but not so much the jungles. You could always double jungle as an EV, because at the end of the day, you only need level 4 to hit that major power spike. But this strategy, let's pretend that the two EVs were just two other Pokemon, okay? Like anything else other than EVs. Because of the XP changes, you get more XP collectively, but on an individual basis, it's not the same. So, to kind of give you that visual representation, before, when you had XP share, you could double jungle, and you would still hit that level 5 power spike. But now, yes, you get equal XP distribution, and technically speaking, if there's two people clearing, you get more experience distributed between the two of you. Because, like, per camp, you get more experience. However, if there was someone on that side that required that level 5 power spike, they wouldn't get it. Just worth pointing out. So, Surfetch is going to get their level 5, or Farfetch is going to evolve into Surfetch, granted that they do their whole jungle clear. The EVs are going to get their level 4. I'm assuming if they clear the entire thing, but that's also something that's just worth mentioning as well. You could always double jungle with Eevee, and you wouldn't get punished, but if it was like two other Pokemon, it wouldn't work out the same way. This top lane is already having a rough time. Like, even besides the fact that they sent two people top lane after that double jungle clear to the top lane, it doesn't change the fact that the Charmander and Mew were already bullying the Zacian and the Slowpoke. So that, like, yeah, they apply some more lane pressure in this top lane, but it doesn't change the fact that they were already getting outplayed in the 2v2. And what's even worse is, like, Zacian tried to play aggressive, not to go for kills, they just want to play aggressively for farm, but they get punished for it because they come back. So, like, pausing it right here, this top lane is already doing horrendously, and like it's like a two-step process. So the first thing is, like, they're getting outplayed in the 1 versus 1, or sorry, 2 versus 2. Charmander and Mew were already outplaying the Zacian and the Slowpoke in the lane. Like, you wouldn't think that a Charmander is going to be bullying a Zacian and a Slowpoke. It's not the first thing that comes to mind. But they were already trading and winning. As in, not necessarily, like, there's more than one way to win a lane. Like, you don't necessarily need to get kills. Like, getting farm, securing farm, getting more experience, and preventing your opponents from getting experience is another way to win. But some people just tunnel vision on the fact that, oh, in order to win the lane, I need to get my stacks, or I need to get kills, blah, blah, blah. But, like, guys, there's so many variables that go into a mobile game that, like, some people just don't recognize, which is why they fail as players. Like, this player, like, the player base as a whole is a joke. A lot of these things they don't understand. A lot of you guys, you may watch a lot of Pokemon Unite, you may play a lot of Pokemon Unite, a combination of both, but what you would think is common sense is something that a lot of players that play this game do not know how to apply to their matches because they lack that common sense. Like, for me, the fact that a Mega Charizard Y in lane, like, yes, I know they're a Charmander, yes, I know they're a Charmeleon, but for simplicity's sake, Charizard Y. The fact that a Charizard Y is already winning the lane in a 2 versus 2, and they scale better than a Zacian, to me is like, you're already having a rough time in the early game. And of course, like, if it continues that way, it's only going to get more difficult. The trick is, or not trick, the question mark is whether or not you're going to be able to deal with that in the later stages of the game as it progresses. Now, whether or not they do that, I have no idea. But, yeah, 2v2 in the top lane. Los Caducados, their top laners, are winning. Their jungle pressure from Vaporeon and Glaceon solidified that. So now you see the level difference between Charmeleon and Mew versus the Slowbro and the Zacian. So Charmeleon's having a pretty decent time. Obviously, he's pretty much a full level ahead, and then that's where we are right now. And of course, guys, I have my stream play on YouTube without the ads, so if an ad plays, I apologize. I'm just gonna keep it rolling as fast as I can, or try to play whatever I can, and then that way I'll just continue talking whenever I can, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Funny enough, when you mentioned stacking, there was a Reddit question about it. That's because that's all people care about a lot of the time. So this right here, this is just a fumble. At this point in time, pretty much all the lane farm in this lane, like, almost all the lane farm is just gone, because it's been taken by one side or the other. So at this point, you don't really have much to do. Altaria's sorry, not Altaria. The Regidrago's spawning in the middle, but neither team is really interested in contesting it right now. The problem here is, like, the Vaporeon is just out of position. Like, I don't know why they're just, like, reacting so slow. Not to mention just, like, allowing themselves to be put in this position. Like, there's no farm in the lane. Quite frankly, you could just sit on pad and just wait for stuff to spawn. Or, like, if you want to play aggressive, you can just patiently wait for your teammates to show up, which is obviously these two, because they're not there just yet. Like, Zacian and Charmeleon are over here. Like, they're completely separated. They're up here, like, behind this line. Then you have the other three, like, right here. So I know that's a little messy. So, like, we'll just separate that line, and the other two are up here doing their own thing. You have 1, 2, and 3 over here. You saw them as well. It's not like this is, like, a surprise. Like, you had vision of them ever so briefly at the bare minimum. So, like, I don't know why he's kind of just, like, sitting in this bush really doing nothing and allowing himself to be caught out. So that's, like, the first thing. Like, that's an individual misplay. And then, of course, like, because they got CC'd, Sirfetch'd is there, like, they capitalize on 3 versus 1. Yes, Vaporeon is a defender, but you also have to remember, this is still early game. Only 2 minutes into the game have, passed. So you're not that thick front line that you normally are in the later stages of the game. Like, you have to respect the fact that the enemy team has numerous people up here. At this point, these two, like, the moment they see Vaporeon get caught out, like, they shouldn't even try to, like, do anything. They should just, like, leave immediately. But then, of course, they overextended as well, and then they get punished for it, too. So, like, the fact that they even turn around to, like, attack is just so disrespectful. You saw your teammate get 3v1. Just take the L in that regard and, like, just reset. Like, just go back to playing passive. You can't really do anything for them when they're dead already. And then Glaceon, like, you don't even have to watch the Vaporeon. Like, Vaporeon's just dead, alright? Glaceon gets their passive proc, by the way. And then they turn around and attack again. And because I think they thought to themselves, oh, there's the wall right there, or they're too far away. They can't do anything to me. Wrong. Piloswine goes in, doesn't even have to eject one, just literally just basic skills forward and then catch them out of position. And then the problem here is that level lead that you had from your top lane is not really existent. Well, it still is technically. Like Charmeleon's still ahead of, this person right here. But that Slowbro, if you look closely, is technically now a higher level than Mew now because of the misplay that happened from player number 1 and player number 2 over here. And that's not what you want to be doing in any situation. Like, if you are winning and you know it, you want to keep that lead. You want to preserve it and then transition that into a bigger lead if possible. Or at the bare minimum, if you're progressively, like, just at a standstill, as in both teams are just getting that steady income of experience, that little bit of difference is still going to keep you ahead. But now that lead is almost non-existent, and only like 30 seconds has passed. And then, of course, because they died, now they get the objective for it. And that's more experience to the purple team. And then this right here, like, once, like, I don't, like, these are the types of things when I watch these games from a viewer perspective, I honestly question, like, how some of these people are considered, like, pro Unite players. Like, when they make such, like, these types of plays are the types of things I would expect to see from casual ladder things. Because obviously, when I play casual ladder, the players are just shit. But, like, I expect more from competitive UCS players that have been playing this game for years, and on top of that, are considered the best in their respective regions. Like, what, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, what the fuck is Charmeleon doing? Like, yes, I know they want the Bunnelby so they can get that experience, but, like, the moment that, like, these guys show up, like, you have no vision, to be fair. Like, I, from a viewer perspective, can see, like, I have all the knowledge because we're watching from spectator mode. But at the same time, it's like, you can't be playing so confidently when you have no vision of 4 people on the map, by the way. Like, even if I'm not watching from spectator mode, if I'm putting myself in the position of a player that's on LC, the only person you can see right now is Piloswine. Alright? That's the only person visible on the map up until these guys make their aggressive play. So if I see 4 people, what I would call Mia, missing in action, I would not be putting myself in a position when I can get caught out. Because it's just like, your teammates died, now they're going bottom lane. So why are we doing such silly stuff? Now we got caught out. And then they weren't going to be able to stop them from scoring, to be fair. Like, if they piled 4 versus 1 in the top lane, this would be, like, irrelevant. But now, it's like, Zacian just got their level lead. Okay, so I can fast forward this. See, this is one of the things as to why I like watching the VOD, because then I can just fast forward. So this right here is a really good play from Sirfetch'd. And, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, when I'm looking at this, I was thinking to myself, like, they should probably back off because it's a 5 versus 3 with the Regieleki. So, under normal circumstances, you'd probably think to yourself, probably just let the Regieleki go in and then, just preserve your lives. Piloswine like Piloswine went in aggressively, got sandbagged by. So I'll play it back in slow motion. So right here, they go in, and then very nice mute play right here with their light screen. They actually got sandbagged by that wall, and then they got stunned. And then now, because they used their basic skill to go in, they don't really have anything to get themselves out of this position. Quite frankly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even think Piloswine should have been engaging like that to begin with because it was very optimistic. Like if you're gonna fight, fight on the pad, not in front of the enemy team away from the pad near the Regieleki that's also pressuring the bottom lane. So I think that was a really optimistic play from. Like, okay, optimistic is the play word. I honestly think that's just stupid from the Piloswine player. But then, nice eject button from Surfetch right here. Pops their Unite move, lands onto 3 members. So KOs the Charizard even before the impact of the Unite move goes off. Hits 3 people, the Blastoise, the Vaporeon, and the Glaceon. So huge play right there. And then something that's worth mentioning here as well is like, yeah, they got the Regieleki and they scored. But also, you got to remember that when you score, especially like decent amount of points, you get experience. So yeah, they break the goal, they score the points. Obviously, the first thing is like something that's just common sense. You spawn the bottom lane farm for the enemy team because the tier 1 is broken. The second thing is because they're scoring, like whoever scored on the side of LC, they get more experience. So when you die, you're giving them more experience as well. I like the attempt. If I had to guess right here, so if you look at the bottom lane, Piloswine is providing vision for the side of Volticons, so you can see the Mew and the Blastoise um, right in front of the Piloswine. So they're giving vision for their team. So I think they tried to make an aggressive play. Like it, at the very least, it looked that way. They tried to go aggressive in the 4 versus 3. The problem is they couldn't find the right engage because they don't have reliable engage. Like unless they brute force it, quite frankly, they just couldn't they didn't commit to it. Like Slowbro has Unite move, but like of course like Mega Charizard Y, you have Glaceon sitting on pad. So I think they second guess themselves and they're just like, you know what? Instead of engaging, like let's just back off. Which is the safe play. They didn't want to risk it. Oh my god, bro. I'll tell you right now, Slowbro choked really hard right here. Um, to start from here, like it's also worth mentioning because Mew's backcapping in the bomb lane, and obviously Voltcon can see that. So quite frankly, like they know at the bare minimum they have a small window. If they're gonna go aggressive, like they could potentially go, which is also why I think Piloswine went in. So Piloswine went in, goes for the eject button to get that CC off, Ice Fangs immediately. So they landed both their skills, which is good. Like if you're going for the aggressive play, you're landing on the priority target, which is the Charizard. So like they want to go aggressive, they did what they need to do. That's the first thing. The second thing is there wasn't like a lot of follow up besides Zacian because like the team isn't really in position to do so. Um, like Zacian goes in, landed the it's like a Metal Claw. Sorry, I was thinking Sacred Sword, Metal Claw, and then the second Metal Claw didn't connect because Charizard pulled their like executed their Unite move, and then I don't know what happened here. Oh no, okay, now I see what happened. So Slowbro ejected to, I'm assuming, try to follow up with their Unite move. Oh wait, no, they missed. Did they miss both of them? Oh yeah, they missed both of them. Okay, I thought it was just one. I confused Piloswine's damage for Zacian. So I stand corrected. Zacian choked and missed both their Metal Claws, and yeah, Slowbro tried to eject forward to Unite move, but then they got surfed and then ulted. But then the problem is this is not a good Slowbro Unite move because yeah, you stop the Blastoise. But you also have to remember if you're uniting as if you're uniting as a Slowbro against the Blastoise, number one, yes, you prevent them from getting their Unite move off, but also they're still getting partially refunded. That's the first thing. The second thing is because Blastoise already started their channel, they also get the Buddy Barrier shield and whatever other stats you get from uniting. So it's like your Unite move onto this Pokemon is not as effective as you would like it to be. And then, of course, because Charizard Y is being left unattended because, you know, the Slowbro Unite move went on to someone else that is not the ideal target, they can still remain competitive in this team fight skirmish. Not to mention, Blastoise comes back, and you can see what I'm trying to say with this. So they tried uniting before, Slowbro united them, but because they got refunded, or partially refunded, they come back, and it's like, okay, here we go again, but the difference is, there's no Slowbro Unite move to stop that. Which is why I would consider that a suboptimal Unite move from Slowbro. Like, they wanted to go for the Charizard, but the problem is, um, Blastoise did a good job of crowd controlling them, and then they couldn't get in range. Like, once you already eject, like, they already ejected, so they can't get any closer, but, yeah. I don't know what these guys are doing. Like once again, like Mamoswine getting an engage off on this Charizard is like a reoccurring theme that they're not learning from. Like they have to respect the fact that Mamoswine, although I'm very vocal about how I think Mamoswine is kind of overrated, like when it comes to Mamoswine as a character in Pokemon Unite, I think its levels 1 to 4 in lane are good. They're solid. And then once it evolves to Piloswine, I think Piloswine is just kind of shit, I'll be honest with you. And then it evolves to Piloswine, you get, you progressively get more defensive stats, you get bulkier, but I think it's a little underwhelming. In comparison to a lot of other defenders in this game, I think Mamoswine is better in the earlier games, but as it progresses, it kind of falls off in terms of scaling. Other defenders, their early game is kind of weak or lackluster, but they progressively get stronger. So it's a little like weird. That's just my opinion, though. I think like Mamoswine's better in the earlier games as a defender, but then it progressively gets worse. Other defenders, like an example would be something like a Trevenant. Like its early game horrendous, but then it progressively gets better because you have that crowd control, you get thicker, and then of course you can still be kind of meaningful in a team fight. Um, but yeah, one of the gimmicky things about Mamoswine is the fact that it has engage, and the fact that Charizard keeps getting caught out in the same way. And also keep in mind that it's not like they're ejecting; they're just using their basic skill. They have to respect the fact that they don't have vision and just can't be nonchalantly walking forward without vision, even if your team is right there. Because you guys have to remember, especially at this time, like it's very realistic that people are not going to commit to a team fight at this time, or like technically earlier because they died, they're already dead. But they're not going to commit to a team fight and use all their resources before this spawns. Like a lot of the time, if you're team fighting before the 2 minute mark, it's usually because that would be the team fight to take the fight. And then obviously, if you win, like it's going to be one of the other, or one of three different situations. Oops, sorry, hold on. I need a better eraser. Okay, hold on. It's going to be one of like different things. You win, you lose, or you reset. Those are usually like the general outcomes of like a fight right before Groudon or Rayquaza or Kyogre, whatever the last objective is. You win the fight and then you transition. All right, you lose and then you lose a team fight, lose game, and then reset. It's like you know that's simplifying it in a nutshell. That's like the three general outcomes of what would happen if you take a fight before Groudon. So it's either like you win the team fight and then you transition to either the end game objective, or you score, or you put yourself in a position that puts you at an advantageous situation. If you lose the fight, you're probably going to lose the game if it's right before the end game objective. And then the third situation is you guys trade like numerous kills, a couple of teammates here and there, but it doesn't like cost anyone anything. And then besides like your resources, and then you reset, and then you do the fight again, or like whether you flip, whether you team fight, whether you backcap and like stall out, whatever situation presents itself. That's pretty much the gist of how these things go. I don't know what like this to me is just so stupid. It's so stupid, and like words can't describe my like how you're allowing these things to happen. And it's like just like defenders that play this game just do you know how many times I hear people, especially people that play defender, try to tell me like, "Oh, I'm just trying to get vision. Oh, I'm the front line. I'm supposed to die. Oh, I'm the defender. I'm supposed to be taking damage." It's not like those things aren't true. Like, obviously, yes, defenders ideally would like to get vision for their team so they can use that to play around that information. But, like, Blastoise doing this. Okay, so they surf forward. Okay, fine, whatever. They don't have to stay there in that bush. Like right here, you can already see that the rest of their team is. If I were to split this in half, so literally just cut the map in half, alright? These guys are literally walking to their side. Charizard's not even on the screen, but you can see them on the minimap right here. They're up there. So they're basically like right around there, above the Kyogre pit. So you have 3 people here, 1 person here. You, I don't know what you're doing, quite frankly. Like, you're getting vision for your team, but so what? Like, you don't need the vision right now. You don't necessarily need the vision unless your team's gonna try to make a play. So you're allowing yourself to get caught out, and for what? Like, the game is so close. Like, you don't need to be, like, one thing that a lot of players do when they play this game is, like, they choke under the time constraints of the last 2 minutes. Like, whether it's because, like, they're nervous or, like, you know, they don't know any better or whatever reason you guys have for yourselves, it's like the game is so damn close. Even if you don't know the points in terms of, like, which team is winning, because obviously it's going to say, you know, close battle, close B for short. It would still, that's still like an indication to tell you that you still have plenty of time to kind of recompose yourself and put yourself in a situation that's, you know, ideal for your team. But the moment you do this, this would be the, like, if I'm on the side of Volticons and after this happens, I would, like, whether it be me, whether it be anyone else on my team, if I were playing competitively, I would say go. That, like, if someone's doing something stupid like this, you go. You pull the trigger. Even though the game's close, even if you would, like, technically speaking, they're the team that's winning. They're winning by 1 point. Obviously, like, not the biggest lead ever. It's only 1 point, but technically they're winning. It doesn't matter. When this guy gets caught out, it's a 5 versus 4. You force this or you force a team fight. When, like, a very simple, straightforward plan would be you start pulling the Kyogre, get number 1 and the other 3 over here to obviously contest because they're not going to have a choice, and then you transition to a team fight. So it's like when this guy goes splat, you know, you go here, and then you get these guys to come in because they have to, and then instead of finishing the objective, if you don't want to flip or if you don't want to brute force it, you take the fight. You have numbers advantage. You have all your Unite moves. You have the team comp. Like, what reason do you have not to play aggressive at that point? They're playing this really badly, though. Well, like, it's okay. That was a lot closer than I thought it would be, but you know, it still panned out the way it was supposed to, at least in theory. All right. By the way, though, what I will say here, okay, so like running it back, like number 1, Slowbro is very slow on this Unite move, unless they were just. I think this is where they got a little frazzled. Because there were 3 people dead, Glaceon just spawning, and then like you have 3 people taking the fight, and then Inteleon's pulling the Kyogre, so they got to half. You also have to remember the way Inteleon works, if you guys are not familiar, you want your stacks or like your passive stacks before you pop off a liquidation or something. Whether you auto attack, whether you use liquidation for damage, you want to have those passive stacks so you can maximize your damage. Because if you like hypothetically, if you liquidation now, you're gonna be doing like a meager amount of damage in comparison. So I feel like they got a little like they were together in terms of what they wanted to do, but then they kind of like split up in terms of like decision making, and that's why it got a little iffy. I mean, so it doesn't matter. So also, kind of piggybacking off what the commentator said, it doesn't matter if Glaceon scores because at this point, everyone has Kyogre buff and they're just gonna roll over you. Like you would have scored what 48 points. Doesn't change the fact that one of these guys is gonna score 100, and then Mamoswine's scoring bomb. So it really wouldn't have made a difference. The issue was Blastoise getting caught out and then them being forced into a situation in which they couldn't really fight. Like they were forced into a situation in which they were at a disadvantage. So it doesn't change anything. Mega Charizard Y still deserves heavy nerfs. I still think Charizard Y is too strong. In the when it got nerfed, so the Unite move duration got nerfed, and the shield. So Unite move duration, the shield that you get, and the movement speed got nerfed. Now here's the thing. Yes, the duration of the Unite move makes a difference because obviously 5 seconds does make a difference. However, you also have to remember your maximum damage output goes down, but the damage you're still able to do stays the same as it was before. So to some people that they may not be able to make the distinction, but you're losing out on total damage because your Unite move got nerfed from 20 seconds to 15 seconds. But they didn't change any of the numerical values of Flamethrower, Fire Blast, or the basic attacks. So you're still doing the same amount of damage, which is obviously a big problem, because Charizard Y does a shit ton of damage. Now, if they nerfed the Unite move duration and nerfed some of the damage as well, then it probably wouldn't be as bad as it is. But you can also, like, if we were to fact check myself right now, pulling up API Unite, it's still the second most banned Pokemon in the game right now, with a 90.34%. Like, that was based on last week, of course, but still the second most banned Pokemon in the game. And of course, Zapdos was number 1. So, yes, it did get nerfed, and obviously, it made a difference, but not a big enough difference to get it out of perma-ban jail. I think the crazy thing to me is the fact that Volticons are not banning it either. So, I think Sirfetch'd is a strong Pokemon. Like, you also have to remember, when this week of the regional league took place, this was before the nerfs. So Surfetch is extremely strong if you know how to play it, which is not very hard. I'll be honest with you. It's an extremely strong Pokemon, but I don't think it's so strong to the point in which you should be allowing Charizard to get picked up every game either. Especially when you're struggling against it as well, but unfortunately, in that last game, you didn't really get to see Charizard's potential because it was a 5 versus 4. So it wasn't a 5v5 team fight, it was a 4v5. So Charizard didn't really get an opportunity to actually team fight the way you would like it to. Not to mention they had a Slowbro as well, so. So this time around, they actually banned Slowbro because they didn't want to deal with it, hoping that would be enough. Like, they're hoping banning Slowbro is enough to allow Charizard Y to have the full value, so it doesn't have to worry about that hard crowd control. Oh shoot, sorry. So the one thing that's probably worth mentioning, compared to, in contrast to game number 1, is the fact that top lane isn't winning as hard as they were last game, which is obviously good for Volticons because that's where they were struggling. Like, their early game was just atrocious. Now, yeah, like, they're still slightly behind, but not as much as game number 1, to the point in which I'd be concerned, but Charmeleon's still coming out with an experience advantage. What did I just watch, bro? Oh my god, dude. Like, what are. Oh, okay. If I were on the side of Voltcons right now, I wouldn't say during the match, but like after the match would. Guys, I'm very vocal, especially if I was playing at a competitive. Like, the reason why I've never been interested in playing competitive Pokemon Unite is because I honestly don't think a lot of people that play this game competitively have the work ethic to play at the level that I would be comfortable playing with. And like, nothing to do with their skill, nothing to, like, I just don't think that they have that mentality to win that I would want to compete with. So like, hypothetically speaking, if I were on Voltcons, like, I pretend I'm a like honorary Voltcons member for a day. Oh, sorry, not Voltcons. I'm confusing them. Sorry. If I was on Los Calucados, all right, honorary LC member. I wouldn't say to them during the comms of this match. I would say to them after the series is over. Brother has some of the worst tunnel visioning I have ever seen. So they went past the Surf Edge to go after the Zacian. Now, the reason I have a problem with this is because number one, Surf Edge is the jungle. They are also a higher level. They're 2 levels higher to be precise. And the reason why that's a big deal is because naturally, if you get the kill on to, you know, Bird guy over here, that's a significant chunk of experience that would go over to, the 3 of you. Obviously, it'd be split, but, it's still like more experience than you got from killing this guy. Alright? Now, they went for the Zacian, which is a questionable play, like watching it happen right now. And then, number one, they got caught out by Piloswine to the point that they were forced to fly defensively, and then they were wondering if they, okay, let's play back in slow motion. So they're on cooldown right now after using fly to kill secure the Zacian. They come back, they walk into Piloswine's Ice Fang, by the way, which is obviously just an individual misplay. Then they were forced to fly because they were scared of getting KO'd. And then there's the detect from Surf Edge as well. So not only did they avoid the fly from Talonflame, they also KO both of them. Which is a huge blunder. Like, the upside to this is the fact that Charmeleon got the kill secure onto Surf Edge. So they get a huge chunk of experience. But it doesn't change the fact that that shouldn't have even happened to begin with. Which is why I would probably look at the Talonflame player after the match ended, and I'd be like, what the fuck are you looking at, brother? Like, that was bad. That was horrendous. Shouldn't the Charmeleon be a bit more aggressive? I mean, Charmeleon can only be so aggressive at level 5. Like, even in a 2 versus 1, Charmeleon that's level 5 with a Hoopa are still going to have to play relatively passive against a Surf Edge, because it is a Surf Edge. Like, yeah, and then Talonflame comes back, punishes the guy. How did this guy even end up there? Sorry, like, I'm like, I was trying to watch like 2 different things happen at once. Okay, so Mew gets caught out. Okay, they get Phantom Forced. Okay, that explains. They got Phantom Force and Surfed. I was gonna be like, did they walk into the Flux Zone? I don't even know. I honestly don't even know what I'm watching right now. Like, what is the macro on this team? Okay, so going after like okay, after all said is done, they trade kills back and forth, 90-0. We're kind of just chilling. So Charizard decides to go top lane and tries to 1v1 Zacian. They pop their Unite move right now. They just turned into their Mega. Talonflame is going top as well. So now you put yourself in a position in which your bottom lane's in a 4 versus 3. I've seen this happen so many times, and like it's actually kind like I'm gonna be honest with you, it's kind of uncomfortable for me to watch this in the sense that how is Piloswine able to land so many successful engages and they're not even using a eject button? Like, am I just blind or did I just miss the animation? Because like this is a very oh no, okay, sorry, they did eject button. My mistake. I missed that. Okay, so Charizard finally decides to rotate down, and it wasn't even like they took the initiative. It was Hoopa using their hyperspace hole on the pad from tier 2 to tier 1. The fact that they're rotating after their bottom lane, like after bottom lane goal is already gone, and on top of the fact the bottom lane tier 2 is almost broken, by the way, is just like the slowest reaction I've ever seen. And when they finally decide to rotate bottom, they don't even have Unite move because they used it in the top lane. They traded kills 1 for 1, but also it wasn't even worth it because like you're getting the experience from Inteleon, but then also you're giving that experience back. Hoopa just got their Unite move now, which is very unfortunate because they didn't like generally speaking, and like I'm very vocal about this as well. I know competitive, as in like competitive Pokemon Unite, is very different from casual ladder in the sense that you're not gonna have the same experience influx as the game compresses compared to solo queue. Now, like just as an example, like for me, when I play jungle solo queue, like I have certain levels that I need to be at certain times of the game. So like I want to be level 9 bare minimum at first objective. Like I want to be level 12 by second objective, assuming the first objective got taken at a relatively early time. Like I want to be level 14, 15 by the end game objective. That's how I mentally perceive like casual gameplay, alright? When it comes to competitive, that's a lot less realistic because number one, you expect to see more refined gameplay in competitive. So getting all that, like, what I normally do is I just funnel a shit ton of experience into myself. I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to do that in competitive because obviously people need. Well, ideally, you want people to be relatively strong. Like you want it to be relatively balanced versus funneling all that experience into one person, unless you're playing like a protect the president comp type of thing. So it makes sense as to why people are lower level, but it still doesn't change the fact that you probably want to be at least level 9 as a support or at the halfway mark because it only gets more difficult. Like your window of opportunity to make plays and use that Unite move gets ever so small the less time that you have. Like I'm expecting this Hoopa to unite move once before Groudon, Kyogre, whatever, but just getting their unite move now means that they can't unite move at the bottom line, so they have to give it up because Charizard isn't even going bottom. Not that they have unite move anyway, so it wouldn't even make much of a difference. What do I think of Moltres? I think it's okay. Like I don't really have much of an opinion on it. I haven't seen it too much, to be honest with you. But I think it can be strong in the right situations. I think I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I think Mega Charizard Y is stronger than that though. Like Moltres wouldn't be my first immediate ban. But Charizard just went in and kind of wasted their Unite move. But I'll just let it play and just rewind it. Okay, it's over now. I have to say, after watching this series, this person that's playing Mega Charizard 1 the enemy team. Okay, so game number 1, I can give them a bit of a pass because their defender shit the bed. So, first game number 1, I can't really like crucify the Charizard because they didn't get the opportunity to 5 versus 5 team fight. However, in this game, it's their turn. They make it seem like Yeah. Okay, so kind of breaking down what's going on here. So obviously, the only reality in which this actually makes sense, which is these two, we'll see BC for short. So like you got two people backcapping, all right? This only makes sense because number one, you have a Hoopa. Hoopa is the only character in this game, period, that would allow for something like this to ever be possible. At least in a situation like this. If you have two people if you have two people backcapping, all right. So let's do the square again, all right. So we got, oops, sorry, my doodling is a little messy. Okay, so we have two people backcapping, and let's pretend that there's no Hoopa. This is probably would be like one of the dumbest things you could possibly do. Because then that just shows, oh, two people backcapping on the enemy team? Well, now you got a 5 versus 3, so what would happen is either they force flip that or they force a team fight when two people are not there. So that's why this is this would be the only situation in which this makes sense. Because they have a Hoopa. Keep that in mind. Any other time? No. Doesn't make sense. So we'll play it out. It's also worth mentioning, though. So while the two people are going for the backcap top lane, so we'll just go. It's also worth mentioning, they can't even commit to the flip right here because Inteleon's also doing blue buff, I believe. Like they're over here. They're just completely separated from the team. So like that Volticons want to go aggressive the moment they see these two because you don't want like what they're trying to do is they're trying to punish these guys for going for that back cap, all right? Or at the bare minimum, pull the Hoopa Unbound Unite move to at the very least like burn that resource. So they want to threaten this to get this, and then hopefully either it works out in their favor, as in they can force the fight, or at the very least they get the Hoopa Unite move and then they can just reset. Like I can't say for certainty what their plan was because obviously I'm not playing with them and I don't hear the comms. So that's only like what I can surmise based on what's happening. But of course, Blastoise burns their Unite move to zone them off. So Hoopa also Unite moves as well. And then this right here is just whether you want to say unfortunate, whether you want to say stupid, whether you just want to say like tunnel visioning, like whatever word you prefer. Because honestly, like there's numerous ways to describe this situation. Like, let's draw this line, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have 4 people on this side, you know. Hopefully that makes sense. You are literally trying to 1v4, and I'll put a giant question mark right here. I don't know what you're doing. Like, your entire team is behind you, getting zoned out, and you're trying to 1v4, and then just watch what happens in the next few seconds. Oh, bye! Bye, Charizard! And then Talonflame goes in after and also burns their Unite move. And they didn't really get anything out of it. They're still technically alive, but they didn't get anything out of it. So now, at this point, you've burned 4 out of 5 Unite moves. The only one that has Unite move is Mew. But you still have over a minute left. Like you still have over a minute left in this endgame. And yes, you're winning technically. However, a lot can happen in a minute and 10 seconds. And then Umbreon secures it, but it's also worth mentioning right here. Talonflame used their Fly and their Flame Charge to DPS the Surfetch, so that's on cooldown. They're also walking away from the pit as well. And then by the time they go up in the air, the objective's already gone. Like, one of your few tools for securing the objective, you don't even have ready. So that's also a bit of a micro misplay right there. And then, of course, like, at this point, it's already over. Like, Muse trying to run it down to try to score. Inteleon actually recalled to stop them. Kill secures. But either way, even in the hypothetical situation, Muse scores. It doesn't change the fact that they still would have lost anyway. So that's moot. That's irrelevant. Like, even if they had 100 points to score, look at the difference. Doesn't matter. They burned the Blastoise Unite move to zone them off. They burned the Hoopa Unite move to bring the other two back for the back cap. And then your biggest team fighting tool, like, arguably between the Blastoise and the Charizard, Charizard Y went diving in a 1 versus 4, didn't get any kills, but on top of that, they died. And then, yeah, they come back, but also at the same time, they are also, like, you guys have to understand, Charizard is not going to do much without its Unite move. It doesn't matter which Charizard you're talking about. Regular Charizard, Mega Charizard X, Mega Charizard Y, they are very dependent on their Unite move to be, like, impactful, especially in the end game. And then they come back and, oh, what, they're dead again, so, like... And, like, you also have to keep in mind, just a reminder, Los Caducados, they are the team that's going to be representing EU in the Asian tournament this weekend. Like, because they came in third in LAIC, or I don't remember, I think third in LAIC, they qualified for the Asian tournament. But also, there's no other EU teams that are going. So, I mean, it's not looking good for them, I'll tell you that much. Like, one of the so here's another thing, and this is just my opinion, all right? So I'm entitled to it. A lot of the people that play this game, whether it be casually or competitively, you guys like to surround yourselves with people that like to give you that reassurance that what you're doing is right, or maybe they're not like 100% truthful with how you play the game. If you want to get better as a player, like, there are multiple ways to get better as a player, but like, also, you need people to objectively tell you what you're doing can be improved, or like what you're doing is wrong. Like, sometimes, like, I'm not saying you're always doing the wrong thing or you're always misplaying. Like, there are a lot of situations in which you're doing the right thing. Maybe it can be refined, but, like, you know, in some situations people are doing what they need to be doing, and that's enough. But if you want to get better, you need someone to tell you, or like, at the very least, like, a second opinion from someone that isn't gonna baby you and tell you what you want to hear. Like, a lot of time when I watch these matches, like, I've said this so many times, if I were to hide the nameplates of these players, if I were to hide the names of the players, if I were to hide the overlay, and I were to put this side by side, like a casual solo queue match that I'm spectating, you guys probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference a lot of time. Why? Because in reality, there's not that big of a difference in terms of, like, maybe not the gameplay as a whole, but a lot of the mistakes that you see that competitive players make are the same types of mistakes that you would see in casual ladder. That's the thing. Maybe you see less of it, but you still see the same, like, weird mistakes that's just like, how is this happening type of thing. Like, if you want to get better at this game, play with or against people that are better than you, or at the very least that are, like, objectively good people. Have people look at your gameplay, like, someone that's, like, knowledgeable, look at your gameplay and give you a second opinion about, like, what you could have done better or what you could have done differently. That's how you get better. I guarantee you that a lot of these people just, you know, come up with a strategy, try to execute it, and then it's like, okay, that's that. They don't put in the time and effort to actually look at their games and see, like, where they shit the bed type of thing. I promise you, a lot of NA players don't do that because some of them are just atrociously fucking bad. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I do need to pause it here just because I need to remind you guys. So once again, just a gentle reminder: the games that were played in this VOD are games that took place before the balance update, the the update that just recently got implemented. So it makes a difference because Lucario is still strong. Lucario, or sorry, Mega Lucario to be very specific, got nerfed in the most recent patch, and it's a very big nerf. So, in case you guys don't know, in the most recent patch to Pokemon Unite, Mega Lucario got nerfed, and basically, when it's in its Mega form, if you're close combating and you're not hitting an opposing player, you don't get that cooldown reduction that you normally would. Before, you could just hit anything, and you would get that cooldown reduction. Now, let's say, for example, you pop your Night move, you're 1v0, like, you're just trying to shred an objective. You don't have that same maximum damage output because you're not getting the cooldown reduction on the close combat, so you can't spam that skill anymore. I think they were tired of, obviously, people just flipping objectives or shredding objectives with Mega Lucario, which is why they made that change, which I actually think is a healthier change, because I already said this so many times. I hate when people flip objectives. Like, I do it in ladder, but out of desperation, because a lot of time it just seems hopeless, but like, when I watch competitive matches, I hate when people flip objectives. Like, as a viewer, I want to see that skill difference in terms of individual skill and collective team unison having that contributing factor in which team wins the match and which team loses. Like, I want to see a team fight. I want to see 5 players brawling at the last 2 minutes and have the better team win. I don't want to see 10 people in the Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza pit flipping the objective and, 50-50, we got the objective, we win the game. It makes the 80% of the game that's going up until that moment almost irrelevant because it doesn't even matter because the endgame objective is just busted. Doesn't matter which one. Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, they're all strong in their own respective right. Like, I'm not going to turn this into a discussion as to which one is stronger. But, like, a lot of the time, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but a lot of the time when you get that endgame objective, you're probably going to lose the game. Probably. Like, I would say, like, a good 80-20, 80% of the time you get that objective, you're probably going to win. The other 20% of the time, it's still playable to a certain extent. So when I see that in a competitive match, I fucking hate it so much. Like, it actually triggers me. I know when I was first watching this live, I didn't know that BH3 was the dominant EU team because I thought Peps was the better one from NAIC. Yeah, Peps won NAIC. So, like, they qualified for Worlds. So, yeah, that's also worth mentioning. So, yeah, like, just piggybacking off of that, Team Peps won. I don't remember, was it NAIC or EUIC, whatever? They won the tournament, so they qualified for Worlds. So even if, like, hypothetically speaking, if they were to lose this regional league, it doesn't matter because they won EUIC. Okay, so they won EUIC, so they qualified for Worlds. So this regional league, besides the fact that they're playing for practice, they're playing to get better, they are playing for prize pooling, it doesn't change the fact that you're going to see them at Worlds, all right? And then LC, they may not be the number 1 team or like top 3 team from Europe, but because they came in 3rd in LAIC, they're going to be playing in the ACL finals. You're here to claim your one free coaching. This is something that's worth mentioning as well. And it may seem small. Like, for me, it's common sense. But for a lot of people, they may not understand why. So I'm going to pause it right here. Okay, so you can see Marv was trying to deny that piece of experience to prevent this guy from leveling up. And then they didn't successfully do it. So then they just tried to run away. Now, here's why I'm pausing it. I'm sure some people, especially when they're watching this live, are probably wondering, wait, why is the Blaziken not going after this guy? Well, for starters, here's why. Number one, it's a level 5 tree. They're, like, in terms of experience, they're worth shit, at least for the Blaziken itself. Number two, it's also Blaziken by themselves that would potentially chase the tree, potentially. In this case, it doesn't happen. It would take so long for Blaziken to potentially kill secure this tree, and you would just invest so much time into something that wouldn't give you a lot of experience in hindsight, when you could literally just ignore them, go for this, and then position for something that would benefit your team. And quite frankly, you clearing this Reggie buff, red buff is what I meant to say. You clearing this red buff versus going after this guy, wasting let's say, let's ballpark it. Let's say like 20 seconds to kill this guy is just a waste of time. You're getting very little experience. You can take less time to go KO this thing, and you get the same amount of experience. And then, of course, you branch off. You go top lane, you go middle, you go bottom. It doesn't matter which one. I promise you, some people are probably like, oh, why isn't Utal going to kill Marv? He's right there. Like, it's a free kill. Guys, at the end of some people would just tunnel vision on kill. If this were a solo queue game, I promise you, your teammate, like, whoever the Blaziken player would be, would probably chase this guy to the ends of the fucking earth. And then what Marv would probably do is probably just run this way or run that way and make them waste even more time, which would put them further away from any of the lanes that they could potentially go to. It's not worth it. Like, some people don't understand why, but I think it's important to pause it there and kind of piggyback off that. This guy tried to surf reset on the camp. The wall is stronger than the ninja. Yesterday I had a green try to invade and they failed so hard. That Inteleon is really underleveled, man. They just hit their level 7 power spike now after first objective. Comfy the Legend must have been a speed run. Oh yeah, I'm already there, man. Already there. Bro, what is this guy doing? Okay, I'm sorry, but like, so by the way, this is what I was trying to explain before. So this you won't be seeing this anymore. So the Mega Lucario uniting and then like shredding the objective, you're not going to see that anymore because it got nerfed in the most recent patch. Because obviously this is just this right here is just so toxic. The fact that like one Pokemon can just speed run an objective by themselves, even if they're underleveled. So yeah, close combat got nerfed. You're not going to get the cooldown reduction on hitting NPCs anymore. This would be an example. Like no more hitting these things and spamming close combat. So you might see the Mega Lucario pick rate go down significantly. You might, in competitive. And then this right here, like, I don't know what Lucario was doing. Brother, power up punch ejected to try to land it, and then goes in the middle of 3 people on pad, and then the rest of the team is like just standing there. It's not like they'd be able to respond in time because like Mega Lucario just covered a shit ton of distance with that play. But like I don't know what they were doing with that. That was super optimistic. That's the I was talking about this on the last stream because someone asked me my opinion on Greninja. I actually think Greninja is so overrated. Like I'm honestly very shocked at the amount of people playing Greninja in competitive, considering the buffs that like the buffs on Greninja specifically are not even that like meaningful. Like technically speaking, yes, Greninja is better than it was before because it got buffed. But like it's not so strong to the point in which I would ban it or like I feel like I can blind pick it the way some people have so far. I actually like I kind of just like find it funny. What the fuck just happened, bro? Yeah, sorry, I need to rewind it. Let me just watch what happened. So Mega Lucario pops a Unite move, close combating. Yeah. Gary would have gone to kill so much faster if it wasn't nerfed. Let me pause it right here. Because here's a bit of like some general tips for people that may not know any better. Alright? So, we're approaching the end game. In case you guys don't know what the end game is, it's basically the last 2 minutes of the game. The main objective spawns, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, whatever. And then obviously that objective is gonna influence pretty much how people play the game. Now, going into this, we got the purple team and we got the orange team. Objective is spawning in 2 seconds right here, so we'll put a nice little star right here. Purple team obviously at a huge disadvantage in terms of points, and they know it, and they will know it because, well, it's gonna say you're really struggling. So what do? Like, if you're like the general strat, like I'm not saying you always have to follow this train of thought, but like if you're the purple team, you're gonna have to do one of two things, alright? And these are very general things. You're gonna team fight, or you're gonna flip. It's pretty straightforward. No, like in some situations, there is a third option, which is backcapping, BC for short. Sometimes that is an option. If the game is like in terms of points, if the points are relatively close enough, sometimes backcapping is a feasible strat. In this case, because you're losing by so much, this is not a realistic option. Because quite frankly, I seriously doubt there's any reality in which you're going to be able to backcap, whether it be here or here, successfully and not get punished for it. Not to mention, backcap twice in order for you to pull ahead. Because even if you score 100 points, you're still going to be behind. Which is why I don't think backcapping is, that realistic option. So it's going to be one or the other. You fight or you flip. Now, if you're the orange team, here's the thing. You don't really need to do anything per se. Like, realistic, the only thing that you need to do is defend in two different ways, alright? So, we'll just put this for short, objective for short, and your goals. Realistically, when you're significantly far ahead in the end game, so pretend you're in the Team Pep's position, you don't really need to do all that much because you're winning by such a significant margin. Your main focus should be, okay, let me put a third option. Don't throw. Sorry, that should be obvious, but for some people it's not so obvious. So those are the main things. Defend the objective. Make sure that these people are not getting the positioning that they need to flip the objective or take it from under your nose. Defend your goals. Naturally, sometimes backcapping would be an option, but obviously you don't want to give up your goals for free. Like, you don't want people scoring for free. So obviously that's always something that you need to keep in the back of your mind. And then, of course, don't throw. Don't get caught out. Don't force unnecessary fights, especially if it puts you at a disadvantageous situation. And then, of course, don't get caught out. It's pretty straightforward. BH3 are on the clock right now. They are in a position in which they are visibly behind by a significant margin, so they know that they're under time constraints. Now, what they do, obviously, I don't play for them. I don't know what they plan to execute in terms of whether they're going to force flip. And keep in mind, they do have a flip comp. Like, they got a Blaziken and they got a Mega Lucario. Like, that's always a possible threat. And then, of course, even Inteleon can potentially secure as well because they're running Snipe Shot. So they definitely have secure. They have damage. So you don't want to let them into the pit for free. But also, they have a relatively... Like, both teams have a comp that can team fight as well. So let's kind of see what happens here. Like, those are things you have to keep in mind going towards the end game. Russell and Trevenant already united, by the way. That's actually a huge save from Snorlax, by the way. Saving the Umbreon means that Team Peps don't get a Kyogre buff on either the Crustle or the Mew. Alright, I mean, it's already over. So that might, like, well, once they scored the second time, you already know it's over. So how did he even reach this situation? So, playing it from after Kyogre spawns. Like, we got some very aggressive Unite moves. So, that was a defensive Unite move from Crustle, by the way. Crustle got taken so low that they felt threatened to the point that they had to Unite move to potentially save their life. So that's a defensive Unite move, and obviously, as the defender, and your entire team is split, like, this is not a good thing. So this is a very valuable resource from Crustle, being used because you think you're gonna potentially die. Not to mention, like, the rest of your team is, like, the entire team is split. You got two people right here, like, once again, just cut the map right down the middle. Alright? So, like, you cut it down the middle, and then you got two people here, and then you got three people on this side. So you can see that they got split up across the entire map, doing different things. And then if we keep it rolling, Trevenant went aggressive as well. So this right here is not a good Unite move. Because, like, once again, it's like, you guys have the advantage. Okay, besides, like, Crustle kind of fumbling at the end, Trevenant doesn't need to be aggressive, and I kind of indicated this before before we even got into this. Like, you're already ahead by a significant margin. As long as they're not flipping the objective, like, you don't need to do this. Not to mention, the rest of your team is not even on the same page. Like, even if you landed, like, hypothetically, like, first of all, this Unite move didn't do shit for them. Like, it hit people, but it's not like it's crowd controlling them. And even if it did, like, let's say you got, like, in the hypothetical reality, you got, like, a 5-man Unite move here. It doesn't matter because your damage dealers, like, Gyarados right here, and then obviously the other people are off screen. Like, you can't even see them. Like, there's two people down here, and then Crustle's over here. Alright? So even if you get a numerous, like a big Trevenant Unite move, there's no follow up. So you're basically using a Unite move that you would use for survivability and just like team, like whether it be an engaged tool, a disengaged tool, like utility for yourself in the form of giving yourself a shield. It's a pointless Unite move because you got no value out of it. So you burn both Defender Unite moves, and now you're still in a decent spot. It's just not not as good of a spot as it should have been. And then this guy getting Potato getting taken to like 10% HP is like really bad. Because yes, you also have to keep in mind, team composition wise, they have no sustain, alright? There's nothing that can heal this guy without this guy going back to base. So because he got taken so low, like yes, he has Unite move, but now he has to reset and then reposition. And like keep in mind, they're already flipping here. Like Lucario's Unite move timed out, Blaziken's getting taken low. The fact that Blaziken lived is insane. That wish was pretty damn clutch from the Umbreon. And then Umbreon secures it. And then this was obviously, it may not seem like a big deal, but of course, like, Snorlax landing the Heavy Slam and then zoning them off, stalling for time, is exactly what the Umbreon needed to live, because they get the Wish off, they're getting the sustain from the Kyogre buff, and then on top of that, they mean look to put Crustle in a timeout so they can't chase anymore and do any more damage. So now you have 4 people on the, BH3 with the Kyogre buff. Now, there's a lot of things I can say here, because obviously, like, there's a lot of hypothetical situations in which this result could be different. Like, number one, I do think both defenders on Team Peps misplayed the endgame, for sure. Crustle misplaying, and Trevenant misplaying makes a difference. The thing is here, technically speaking, Team Pep. So let's play it from here. So Blaziken went top lane to defend. Like, keep in mind, Blaziken also doesn't have the buff. They're the only one that died before Kyogre was taken. Like, Blaziken died, like, right before Kyogre got secured. So they don't have a buff. Mew went top lane to back cap, or, like, potentially trade scores, but they're kind of just sitting in front of Blaziken for majority of the time. There's a different reality in which Mew could have gone for the defense, whether it be here or here. But of course, if Trevenant's here, then it's more likely that they go here. This is something that could be argued. Like, obviously, this is a potential, could have potentially changed the outcome, but obviously there's no guarantee. Because, like, also, like, in that line of thinking, like, if Mew, let's say hypothetically, Mew decides to go for a defense, that also could mean, like, Blaziken wouldn't have to defend, and then maybe they go for the push as well. Or maybe they just sit top for, the remainder of the endgame. Like, you never know. So that's why it's like, these are potentially different things that could have been done, but obviously it didn't happen. Also, another thing as well, you could also argue that they just give up this top lane goal and then defend the tier twos. So like like it's extremely difficult to defend this, especially because like when you take the Kyogre, you lose the sustain from the shield, or like you lose the sustain from the base or the pad, and then it's like maybe it could have been better to just give this up and then defend tier two after the Kyogre buff times out. At least on the goals, it would have been easier that way, and then maybe you just call Mewtwo help with the defense as well. Because also you got to remember, like major time constraints, time's running out, so you only have so many. You only have so much time to like do things, and this is when the team that has like the better like shot calling, the better decision making, the better um composure, all these things make a difference in the end game. And then, of course, like Bruv dying here also makes a huge difference as well, because now you don't have that frontliner for the defense, and then you put yourself in a 3 versus 2. Like, they were still technically winning until they scored the second time, but yeah, it was Greninja Surf, by the way, to answer your question. Oh gosh, hold on, I went too far. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys, my brother called me. Okay, sorry about that. Had to go do a favor for my brother really quickly. Okay, we can fast forward this here. Okay, let me just pause right here because obviously this is a very big thing. Um, it goes without saying that Swinub being able to successfully invade and deny the red buff is a very big thing, especially for something like a Cinderace jungle. Also, getting the Baltoy on top of that is an additional bonus because basically you're just starving the jungle for half their initial rotation. Not to mention, because they're not hitting that level 5, which is their, their Raboot power spike, if you want to call it that. Like, it's not the biggest thing ever. Like, there are other things that power spike harder in the jungle. But denying a Cinderace is obviously a big thing. Not to mention, because you are starving out that Cinderace, they're less impactful in that early game, especially when they show up to the lane. And that's what you really need to do, or like, there's multiple ways to do it, but allowing your Magikarp to basically just survive in this lane until they get to a Gyarados is just a really good thing for your team. Then you got the Mew rotation, then you got a 1 minute and 15-second Gyarados, which is huge. And then you got another successful invade, like you're denied some experience, but then that right there was just like number one. So the camera's focused on the Piloswine and the Mew invade, but then Mr. Mime actually got caught out in the bottom lane, and the kill going to the Raboot is really bad because like you guys have to remember that if you're focusing on trying to, like, if you're prioritizing invading and you're doing it consistently, and your focus is to ensure that this enemy jungle Cinderace is getting starved out, the rest of the team, in this case the Mr. Mime, you have to make sure that you're doing your part and you're not getting caught out. So yeah, like, you got the buff twice in a row, which is good. You're doing it consistently, successfully, But then the problem is that person that you're starving out, which is the soon-to-be Cinderace, they are getting the kill, which would compensate for the fact that they're not getting this buff. And then what's even worse is the fact that the person that was helping you, so the Mew, by the way, they were here, they went for the secure, they got it, but now they went here, and you gotta remember that they're not here, like, if they're here at the blue buff and the enemy team is not punishing them for them investing their time to go here, then it wouldn't be much of an issue. But in this case, they went to the blue buff, then they go back, and then they get 1v3 after the Mr. Mime goes down. And then what's even worse, that second, not only did the first kill go to the Cinderace, but now the second kill is also going to Cinderace, which means they're getting the majority of that experience. And then also that blue buff that you went out of your way to secure, you're not doing yourself any favors right now. That being said, in comparison, if you're comparing both junglers head to head, Cinderace is still under level. Like, they're not even level 7 yet. That's crazy. So I know my camera's in the way, so you can't really see it. I'll hide my camera just for like the next couple of seconds. But that is crazy. So something that like always confuses me is when, number one, like, it really just depends on the situation. Like, sometimes it's possible, other times not so much. But in this case, you have a 3 versus 2, okay? So number one, like, just 1, 2, and 3 versus, just using a, different color. We'll do 1 and 2, okay? So, something that always kind of confuses me is when the team that has the numbers disadvantage on one side is trying their utmost best to like hold the pad, hold the lane, hold the objective, whatever it is that they're trying to do, and it seems like they're wasting time. At this point, it's like you could always just cut. Like, you're already playing at a disadvantage. It's better to, like, at least in my opinion, it's just better to cut your losses in a lane that you're probably not gonna be able to hold anyways, and just like go to the opposite side of the map, or like do something productive elsewhere on the map. Like, what would be considered being productive? Well, for starters, like maybe something like, doing the Regidrago, or maybe using these two members, and go, if you know that 3 people are bombed from the enemy team and you can't do anything about it, maybe you just send them to the top lane. So that way you can just commit to the top lane play. Because what ended up happening, by the way, is like, while they're losing bottom lane, they're also losing top lane at the same time. So you try to do 2 different things, which is defend and contest the objective, but you didn't get either. So not only are you losing out on what could have been a potential trade, trade top or bottom, you lose both of them at the same time. And that to me is just like, you're not being productive. Like, it's just like you could be doing something rather than nothing. So what ended up happening is like, yeah, they get pressured in the bottom lane, and this makes sense because like it's a 3 versus 2, so it's expected that they lose the bottom lane to a certain extent. But then they also lose the top lane as well, so it's like, well, Oh my god. I'm so sorry, guys. My brother is really disorganized right now. Give me like 1 second and I'll be right back. Be right back 1 second. Doing favor for brother. Okay, I'm back. 1 second passed a long time ago? I know, I know. I mean, just pausing right here. So just kind of summarizing everything that's happened in like the last like a minute and 20 seconds, give or take. Team Peps got the bottom Reggie. They got the top Regieleki. They scored on the top lane goal. They also scored on the top lane goal and broke it before the Regieleki crash, so therefore it pressured the tier 2. And on top of that, they scored on the tier 2 as well. And broke that goal. So now, what ends up happening, it's like, it's funny because they're not, like, even if they allow, like, even if some UCS teams put themselves in a position to, how should I phrase it? If they set themselves up for a play like this, they don't normally take advantage of it, like, because they choose not to. So, like, obviously, you break the top tier 1, you break the top tier 2, and of course, if you're clearing the Regieleki quick enough, and you do it, you set it up properly, you can potentially have, like, a third Regieleki that could, you know, threaten this when it's time for the final objective. But a lot of time in UCS, it's not that significant compared to regular ladder, because obviously in regular ladder it's just completely different environment. In competitive, at the end of the day, like even if you got that Regieleki in, a lot of time people focus on, the end game objective, whatever it may be. But right now, Team Peps are in a they're ridiculously far ahead. Okay, this right here, I actually don't like this play from BH3 Esports, despite the fact that. Okay, we'll play from here. So number one, Mamoswine popped their Unite move to avoid getting submission by the Machamp. And right now it's a 4 versus 3. So, like, you can look at it this two ways. Number one, like, obviously, Crustl's not going to be able to do too much down here. So, like, it's a 1 versus 2, alright? Like, realistically, Crustl's not going to fight or go out of their way to defend because it's just very unfavorable to them. Not to mention, they don't even have Unite move because they're level 8. So they can only do so much. The upside to this is two things. Number one, just kind of like branching off. So, number one, vision. Like, besides the fact that the enemy, like, Surfetch and, what's-his-face, are standing on the standing down there, the Crustles there providing vision. And then, hypothetically, if they try to recall, Crustle can stop them. So, just, stopping recalls. So it may not seem like Crustle's doing all that much because, in hindsight, they're not. At the very least, they could be like semi-productive. They are deterrent from these two repositioning and going up top immediately. Now in the top lane, you got a 4 versus 3. Alright? So 4 versus 3. The one thing I will say before anything else is like I don't like the fact that BH3 are even I don't think it would have changed. Like, it's kind of weird because, like, at the end of the day, I don't think it would have changed all that much. But, like, I don't like the fact that they're, like, contesting this, mainly because the faster you clear this objective, the more time there will be for a third one, which you don't necessarily want because this is exposed. But, of course, if you don't go up here, then essentially they would get this for free, so it doesn't change all that much. Machamp going down before even uniting is just very unfortunate. Blissey goes down, Garchomp and Cinderace are pulling, Cinderace is trying really hard, and then not only do they all die, but they lose the objective. So essentially, there's basically going to be a little over 20 seconds for a third Regieleki if Team Pepsi even want to play for that. Is this EUIC or what? It's not EUIC. It's just the most recent regional week. Regional league week. Week 4. This was day 2 that I didn't get to watch because I didn't want to watch it live. I figured I'd catch up because ACL finals is this starting this Friday. It's also worth mentioning as well, and I guess I should probably pause it right here just to kind of emphasize that. But BH3 are so far behind in this game. Machamp has not united the entire game, which is obviously a very big deal because one of the many things about Machamp is that like it can still be useful in some niche situations, obviously running at you with submission, cross chop, whatever, or just being a distraction. But like a lot of Machamp's kit is surrounding or is involving its unite move. So if you're not uniting for literally the first 80% of the game, you need to make damn sure that whenever you do unite for the first and last time, it's going to be impactful enough to sway whatever situation you're in your team's favor. Of course, they died they died so quickly top lane before that they didn't get to unite move, and then they still haven't used it since then. And then Regieleki in the top lane is going to spawn at 2 minutes at 24 seconds, so you basically have 24 seconds to clear the Regieleki if you want to even attempt to do it. You got Regieleki pressuring the home goal, and not to mention, 3 people are down inside of PH3. Cinderace still has Unite move though. Blissey has Unite move as well. Oh my god. So, Cinderace had to eject immediately because they got CC'd. And then they, I don't know if they if they auto snap and or they try I don't know if that was intentional or they were trying to secure the Groudon, but either way, they didn't even hit the Groudon. Legit just it snapped to Sirfetch'd and Mr. Mime. That was just painful to watch. And the thing is, here it looked like a really strong start for BH3. Mamoswine got caught out. They tried to go aggressive, they got caught out. They got submission. They're forced to unite move defensively. Sirfetch'd goes in and just unites, hits 3 of them. Machamp didn't get a good unite move off, but that's props to Mr. Mime with the wall. So there's the wall. There's the Machamp Unite move, but they're getting separated by, the Mr. Mime, so. And that was the only time Machamp united the entire game, so. I was telling you guys, if Machamp is gonna Unite move, once the entire game, they gotta make it count, and they did not make it count that game. Yeah, and this is just that's just GG's. No other way to look at it. We can just fast forward. We don't need to see the rest of that match. Mega Charizard X and Lapras. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a fan of Lapras right now. Lapras is, I think it's a little underwhelming. Like it is a meat shield, but so I will pause it right here just because I did mention this earlier on. In the previous matchup, there was a double EV jungle. All right, so double evolutions, double jungling, and I talked about it. They only need to get level 4 for their power spikes, and they're fine. Um, in this game, so because Hoopa's defending against there's two things to look at. Number one, Hoopa's here for two reasons. All right. So two reasons. Hoopa's here defending for a potential invade, which is obviously a really necessary thing, especially when you have something like a Charmander jungle. Like Charmander, like technically Charizard, but you know what I mean. Like, is not a strong early game jungle. You're not playing for the early game. You're playing for that mid game, late game power spiking. Um, they are not. They don't have reliable secure, which is why they're here. Hoopa's here for the defending and helping them with the clear. And of course, the fact that little Phantom over here decided to go for that potential invade and Hoopa's here makes it all that more necessary. So that's a good thing. The reason why I'm pausing it here is because I was talking about this in the previous matchup, and this is in contrast to the double evolution jungle versus two Pokemon that are not the evolutions. So the difference here is, despite the fact that Hoopa was guarding and preventing this guy from getting any of the experience from the invade, like you can see, they didn't secure anything, they're still at 0 points. Because Hoopa was close enough to leech experience from the camp, this does make a small difference in which Charmander doesn't hit level 5. So, yes, they defended successfully, which is good, but the downside to the jungle experience change in general is that it does affect junglers because they don't hit that level 5. If two people are. If they leech experience in any way whatsoever. It's very minor, but it makes a difference. Like, obviously, for something like a Charmander, that you want to get to Charmeleon after first clear because that's when you get your Flamethrower or your Fire Punch, depending on what Charizard you're playing. They're not that far behind. Like, they just need like one Baltoy worth of experience and they'll get their level 5. But it does make a difference. And that's why I was saying the experience change, like the rework, benefits the laners, but sorry, I got distracted because I was looking at the game. It benefits the laners, but slightly affects the jungle. At least in the in the first clear. That is horrendous. That was horrendous. So like, obviously, they wanted to contest the Regidrago, and this is on. I'm gonna be honest with you. After they nerfed, so in case you guys don't remember, Regidrago used to be significantly better than what it is now because it not only did it give like the scoring buff, but also it gave a significant amount of experience before. Now, not so much. It still gives experience. You still get the scoring buff, but it's nothing compared to what it was before. I honestly think Regidrago's, unless you can secure it reliably in terms of like you get it you get it for free, or like you're in a position in which you can get it without concern. I honestly think this is just like a bait, as in like it's not even worth contesting. Like even if they did get it, like dying for this objective is just not worth it, especially at this stage of the game. Like you give so much more experience to things on the enemy team, Mega Charizard, White, Gyarados, Mew, whatever, and then it just starts to spiral out of control. Not to mention, when you're playing competitively too, a lot of the time you don't want to break the bottom lane objective because, especially if you're winning. So this is just common sense in general. Like a lot of the time, you don't want to break this goal if you can avoid it, or not even just this goal. Like any of the top tier ones. Like when people play competitively, they try their best to avoid breaking this unless their plan is to continue pressuring that lane early and they want to play aggressive. But like people choose not to break this because they just want to delay the experience from appearing sooner rather than later. Like they don't want the enemy team that's already behind getting more access to more experience. So the fact that they left it on one and they can just break it whenever they want is huge. Because not only can they just prolong the lane phase and just keep it going for as long as they possibly want it to go, they can just break this whenever they want. Once they decide, okay, you know what, guys, the time for grouping is now, lane phase is over, time to break the goal, whatever. But yeah, Not that it would have made much of a difference. It's also kind of worth mentioning that the level 6 Lapras that was in the bottom lane in the 1 versus 2 ran it down in the 1 versus 2. I don't know why, but they died off screen. Like, I don't know if they got caught out because Palestine and Mew went for an aggressive play because they had the numbers advantage, or if Lapras was trying to stack or something, but yeah, they died in a 1 versus 2 off screen. Holy shit! Like the fact that they broke the tier 2 and that's still first Regieleki is crazy. Like they're just flat out steamrolling Team Peps. Like, they were not happy after that game number 2. They're really putting their foot down on their necks on game number 3. Also, just by the way, this is just another example of like, so like I'll fast forward to the other part, but like something I don't like is like once again it's like how should I phrase this? Like they're trying to play aggressive, but the problem is they are not in a position to do so. Unfortunately, like they're. It makes sense that considering what happened bottom, like okay, after like they died bottom and this was left at 1. It makes sense that they cut their losses and went top, but it's also unfortunate that at the fact that despite them having a 4 versus 3, by the way, so it was a 4 versus 3 in their favor. They are so far behind as a team that despite the fact that they have a numbers advantage, it doesn't change the fact that the 3 people right here are enough to win this entire situation. So, like this is one of those situations. Like this is just one of those unfortunate circumstances that numbers doesn't necessarily mean everything because you're just so far behind and starved out for experience that the 3 people plus the Mega Charizard X is just like, yeah, they just take over. And not only that, they went top lane to. My guess is, based on what's happening, they went top lane to avoid potentially fighting in the bottom lane. But because of their unfortunate situation, not only do they lose this and give up more experience, they end up trying to. Basically, they just lose both sides of the map. That just putting it simplistically. And then once again, they left the top goal on 1 point. They can break it whenever they want. I want to give props to the Hoopa, by the way. Um, I should probably mention that as well. Like, Hoopa just straight up baited these guys into like going, like committing to that play. And not only did they not get the hoop up, but they got punished for it as well. So like going from here, like it was a good attempt. Like here's the thing: you miss every shot that you don't take. So considering how far behind Team Peps are, like at the very least they're trying to make a play. And keep in mind, Hoopa is higher than everyone on their team. So every level of experience that they can get, if it's comeback experience, would make a difference. The problem is, in this case, they didn't get it. So like they're trying to go aggressive on Hoopa. You know, side strike onto the Hoopa, eject button, wood hammer, Horn Leech as well. They just didn't have the damage. So then they use their trick, Phantom Force. They get onto the pad, pop Unite move, and they survive. And not only did they live, Blaziken and Trevenant got punished for that as well. And then the BM spinning from Hoopa was just like, I saw that too. That's kind of funny, but Team Preps are trying really hard to find like some footing in this game, but they're just so far behind that even with the numbers advantage, they can't really do much. Like if I were on Team Peps right now, the only thing I could probably think of, like the unfortunate reality is they're so far behind right now that any play they try to attempt, as in them taking the initiative, is just difficult. The only thing I could probably think of, at least at this point, would be to like 5-man one side, like whether it be like top or bottom, just to like at the bare minimum trade for experience because they're so far behind to the point that even if they lose out in terms of a fight, if they're getting at least some kills, the experience that they're getting is worth more than what they're losing. So that's like the only thing I could think of because there's nothing else they can do. There's no farm on the map. There's no objectives. Like Regieleki was taken, and at this point they can't really let it go in for free because then this would be a threat as well. But it's just one of the problems of when you get outplayed and out macro like this badly in the early stages of the game. Like, there's always a chance to win. Sorry, let me pause it again. There's always a chance to win with the endgame objective. Like, that's always a thing. But at the same time, it's like the first 8 minutes of the game do matter because you can end up in a situation like this in which you're just bleeding levels across the board. You're down by a significant amount of points. And yeah, like the Kyogre, the Groudon, the Rayquaza, whatever objective it is, it can make a difference. In this case, it's Groudon, but it can make the difference. But like, when you're this far behind, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to even attempt to get that game-breaking objective to begin with. Yeah, level 14 Charizard is huge. It's also worth mentioning from a team composition standpoint. Charizard is one of those few Pokemon that can completely shut down a Garchomp Unite move. Just throwing that out there. Like you have something like a Slowbro, for example. Slowbro can just Unite move, point and click, shut down pretty much any other Unite move if you're using it like offensively or even reactionally in some reactionally in some cases. Any Charizard, whether it's regular Charizard, Mega Charizard Y, Mega Charizard X, like Garchomp can Unite move, Charizard can Unite move, and not only do you interrupt it, but you don't get refunded as well. So this is a very big uphill battle for Team Peps. Also, draft composition composition wise, they have no sustain on their team. Okay, I don't even need to watch the rest of this because like this to me, like it makes sense, but this is what you call the classic desperation play. You're so far down in terms of levels that you don't want a team fight. You full on force flipped objective, hoping that it works on your favor. But the sad reality of what's happening here is like this is their only play. They're so far down in terms of points that backcapping is not an option. Team fighting, not a feasible option either. Mainly because they're just that far behind. And on top of that, like they go for the Groudon flip, they brute force it, they lose 4 out of 5. Even in the hypothetical situation Blaziken secures it, they would be the only one with the buff. And at this point, don't even gotta watch the rest. You already know it's over. That was just a depressing game. So we saw Volticon's play earlier today. They did not have that great of a showing. But now they're facing who did they play earlier? Sorry, I'm brave farting here. So the timestamp is 2:28. Okay. So going back to 2:28. So they were facing LC, Los Caducados. And now they're facing an even stronger team. So that right there, also uphill battle. Like you're facing a team that is objectively weaker than Komai in terms of just like their placing in the league right now. This is this is a team comp. No, okay, so like normally like I haven't been commentating much or commenting much on these team comps in general because a lot of the teams that like okay, here's the thing. I can pick apart every team comp like, tell you guys things, what's good about them, what's weak about them, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like like I'm assuming that these teams that play in these best of threes, they have some sort of strat that they want to try to execute. So like I don't I don't read too much into it because like I'm not part of the team, so I don't know what they're trying to accomplish when they draft certain things. One thing that like comes to mind immediately though is like this is a very weird team comp for Cinderace, especially because there's not a lot that you can do for it against like when do they pick I'm gonna be honest with you, like picking Cinderace into a like this team comp that you see here is just like either you're extremely confident in your skill playing Cinderace or I don't know what's going on. Scyther as well. Keep that in mind. Like I'm assuming they're playing Scyther because like a good I don't even remember the last time I seen Scizor in competitive play. If I'm being honest, at least on broadcast. So I'm just gonna assume that's Scyther. Cinderace as well into Mega Gyarados, Cinderace, Mamoswine, and even Psyduck. Like, oh boy. Narami was one trick Sableye, so they ban it. They used to be like it's very similar to Roland, if I remember correctly. Um, I think their name is Roland, rolling it down in NA, and like he used to be like Sableye enthusiast, like someone that just loved to play Sableye, and he used to get like banned almost every other game. Now, not so much. I think people kind of like don't care as much anymore. But I remember in like the previous season of Unite, like anytime people went against what team were they on? Or like was it? I'm brain farting. I don't remember the team. I just remember the player. Reggie with Gengar. I've seen Reggie play Gengar. I'm gonna be like in competitive matches. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I think people just have like trauma from the fact that no matter how well or poorly like the Gengar does, like it doesn't matter how well or poorly Reggie does individually on the Gengar. I think people just have like PTSD from Gengar just flipping the endgame objective with Hexcar. But yeah. Reggie's Gengar gets banned so often. Not a good start for Volticons, I will say that. So keep in mind, it's Cinderace lane and Scyther jungle. And Cinderace lane right now is getting starved out. Like, you already, like, just to kind of, like, point it out, bot lane is already having a rough time because Cinderace lane, like, it's Cinderace Squirtle, or, like, Bunnelby and, Scorch Bunny, Scorch Bunny. Scorch Bunny and Squirtle versus Swabble and frickin' Swinub. Like, you're already having a rough time in that lane because objectively, like, your side is just weaker than theirs. Not to mention, you don't really have reliable secure. Not only that, Ceruledge went down bottom to help with that early game pressure. So not only did they lose the Squirtle, get the scores, deny the farm, but now it just becomes even worse because your bottom lane is so far behind, they have to also go tax the jungle, which is putting the Scyther behind indirectly, or sorry, directly, I should say. So it's just really rough time all around. And not to mention, just right now, double kill in the bottom lane. Oh! Oh! That auto attack, goddamn. How do I do on this fine day? I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Just watching some games I didn't get to watch. I figured I'd watch these matches before ACL starts on Friday. I want to be up to date with all my UCS watching before the live tournament. Because Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I'm going to be watching the tournament live, so. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Alright, so we got a 32-point overcap in the top lane. So this is also something that is always like an interesting debate or like an interesting conversation to have. It's like, okay, so Komai just got 3 kills. So it was very back and forth. Earlier, Volticons won the top lane, so they got the first objective. They won the fight, kind of, and then, they managed to scrape back some experience. And then now the same thing kind of just happened, except the only difference is they're not playing for objective. They just ended up getting caught out. So they tried to go aggressive. Ceruledge makes the play, pops their Unite move. 3 of these guys die. And then we end up in this situation because, of course, you could do one of two things. Like, either you score and leave the goal low, so you leave it low, but then also the benefit to this is you kind of prolong the, the lane, like, kind of extend the lane phase. Like, you're not going to be sitting here all game long, but essentially, um, the lane farm is going to continue respawning after certain periods of time, and you deny the Indinis in the top lane. So you're denying XP in a sense, unless you're just giving the lane up farm up for free. The other side of the coin is you break. Sorry, now my chicken scratch is ugly, but you break, and then you open up the map. So, God. So, like, that's the other side of the coin. It's like, okay, so you break the tier 1, you overcap, you open up the map, you allow this giant area to be accessible. But of course, the slight downside is you spawn these pieces of farm for the enemy team to acquire. And of course, if they're clearing it quickly, then that just means more XP as the game progresses. So that would be like what? If they're clearing it immediately, it would be, let's say, 4 rotations of top lane farm. So it really just depends on what your team is going for, but obviously they choose to break it and they overcap. The fact that they okay, so here's my thing. The fact that they played as aggressively as they did without Garchomp is very questionable because yes, you did get the Regieleki, and yes, Regieleki can be an asset when it comes to pushing like this, but it's also a 5 versus 4. So like normally when I describe a situation like this, depending on like how many players there are, in this case there's 4 people from Volticons. If you want to count Regieleki, that's like 4.5. But it's 4.5 versus 5. Like, yeah, Sarah is a little late, but they do show up in time to defend. And not only that, Garchomp finally. So, like, Garchomp was trying to get their Unite move. They just recently got it back. Like, if we look right here. So, right now, Garchomp doesn't have their Unite move. Which is why they're probably farming their jungle. Because they know they're going to have Unite move soon. But they need that farm to get it. I think the problem is there's a bit of a disconnect in terms of communication between Volticon's, their 4 people and the Garchomp. Because it's either one or the other, not try to do both. Like in this case, it's either you push collectively as a group as 5, or you don't do it at all, especially when you're down a member. So they ended up trading. I shouldn't even say trading, but they ended up losing 4 kills for 1. They got the Gyarados, but they lost 4 members for it over the course of the next like 40 seconds. And then Garchomp shows late. Like they tried, but unfortunately they weren't able to secure any kills yet. And like the fact that Surledge didn't need to use the Unite move, they still won the fight and they get away is obviously very huge. Yeah, it was 1 for 4, and that's just not worth, of course. Especially when you're playing from behind. That right there is huge, by the way. So, obviously, it's a 3-minute Unite move from Blastoise, so that's a little bit iffy sometimes. They CC the Ceruledge. If you look at the Cinderace closely, they're level 11. They're about to hit level 12. But the fact that they got the kill secure on Ceruledge, they are about to hit level 13, which is obviously very huge. You know, because obviously that's your carry. That is one of your hyper carries. So it's worth mentioning. Just a reminder. Blastoise united at the 3-minute mark. Scyther united shortly after that. So they don't have those resources for a team fight immediately. Oh! Inteleon chased down the Cinderace and just double tapped them. Alright, it's over. Okay, so let's watch it back and see what happened. Cinderace is playing so, like... Okay, let me start from here. A good stun from Psyduck. Obviously, Liquidation follow-up just to get some poke damage off. Cinderace using the feint pretty early on to avoid the Psyduck stun. Getting hit by the Dragon Breath. Gyarados goes in. They feinted. And then you can't see it. Like, you can just barely see it off screen. But Cinderace got hit by a Liquidation. Like, they got tagged by one. So they got hit by a liquidation right here. They fainted, and then they tried to get away, but Inteleon ejected and then auto attacked them. Just straight up raw damaged them. Scyther has Unite move, but they don't really have a good opportunity to go in. Not to mention, they have to wait for Umbreon to come back to wish them just to get some sustain back. And like this is the thing. The only at this point in time, the only person with Unite move left is Scyther. Well, like Scyther wasn't able to get any resets. Doesn't have the damage for all of them either. Like you still had the Mamoswine Unite move, you still had Psyduck Unite move, you still had Cerulege Unite move. And then, like, hypothetically speaking, even if Cinderace got the objective, was able to steal it, secure it, like 50-50, however you want to phrase it, it doesn't change the fact that they were so far down that even if two people scored, like, because Gyarados scored here, it wouldn't have mattered. Because they'd still be losing. Okay, so we can skip this and just fast forward to the next match. And then, like, overall, it just, this team comp didn't really get to really do much together. Well, at the very least, the one notable difference is the fact that they didn't go for the Cinderace, instead they're going for the Inteleon. So Inteleon, in some cases, it's better than Cinderace because number one, you don't need as much experience funneled into yourself to be as impactful. Number two, if you're going to be laning with it, then stronger laner than Scorch Bunny. So you'll have a greater chance at securing farm for yourself, which would just put you in a better position as the game progresses. Still got Scyther, we got Vaporeon, Mamoswine, and Garchomp. I mean, really good start from Volticons in the early. Like, it's a good start in the top lane compared to before, especially because like they're taking advantage of the fact that they're laning against a Magikarp. Magikarp, not known for its early game, probably one of the weakest characters in lane. for them, like objectively speaking. But yeah, they're taking advantage of that, allowing themselves to snowball this lane, getting XP advantage, up a full level. So for the most part, they're doing good. Magikarp will level up or evolve soon. Wow. Wow. The Rapidash popping off in the 3 versus 3. Oh! Sirlidge whipped their Unite move. End user. And the fact that I still get the Inteleon is crazy. This Rapidash is seeming to give this team a lot of problems. Like, they're just getting bullied non-stop. Again. That's the second time Scyther just secured the objective. That was kind of greedy from Garchomp, but also they missed their window to Unite move because any suitor afterwards, it has to be the like game ending fight or it's just too late because they won't get back in time. The people that are playing defender are not respecting the fact that like guys, just because you're a defender doesn't mean you can just stand in front of numerous people and just allow yourself to get picked off like that. The only upside to that is the fact that they died early enough that they can make it back to the objective. But Garchomp getting caught out right there is horrendous. Like this right here is just criminal, man. Absolutely criminal. Like this guy's so far forward. Here's like one thing that kind of rubs me the wrong way. Okay, it's actually not one thing, two things. Number one, you're I feel like you're just out of position. Like you standing in the bush that's closest to enemy jungle when they're all like, here and here. You should expect that people are gonna like blind check, like use their skills to try to see if there's anyone hiding in there. They want to know if it's safe to progressively move forward, or they're just gonna throw a skill or two. They're not losing out much. They're just being careful. This guy is out of position. But not only that, the fact that like you're playing in front of your defenders, in which Vaporeon and the Mamoswine are the ones that you would probably expect for them to be taking on the risk of encountering the enemy team. Yeah, this is just silly. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. So Garchomp gets instantly blown up, and yeah, they're winning, but they also have a 5 versus 4. Yeah, that was painful to watch, man. Forest versus Infinus, Peru versus CACM. Hmm. Maybe I'll go to the. Let's go to the NA games. Let me go to Do I want to watch Latin America? Last time I watched these guys, I was like losing brain cells. I don't know if I want to watch them again. All right, let's see what they got. Okay, we got Urshifu, which is not something you see very often anymore. Another Rapidash and Buzzwole. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like invading, like I would have expected a more aggressive invade from anyone that's invading an Urshifu, because that level 5 power spike is huge, especially with like if you're playing Surging Strikes. I'm surprised they gave up as quickly as they did. Oh my god. That was horrendous. God damn, dude. Like, okay, the first thing is Rapidash early game is just obnoxious. Like the movement speed, like depending on whatever moveset you're playing, which is crowd control, damage, on top of the fact that you have so much mobility, the enemy team doesn't have enough damage to really deal with you and be a threat. But not only that, like this team that Force have drafted is also extremely difficult for something like a Urshifu to. It mitigates that possibility of them playing extremely aggressive when there's so many things that can just threaten its combo. Um, something like something simple like Psycirc from Mewtwo. You got or soon to have a Blastoise. You got point and click stuns with sorry, not Dragon Ball, Buzzwole. Even Rapidash. Like Oh my god. So, very nice play from Buzzle right there. Eject button smackdown the moment Zacian goes aggressive. So they get knocked up and CC'd. Not only that, but the superpower. Just. Ay, ay, ay. Wow. Infamous getting both objectives is huge. God damn. They get punished in the bomb lane, and that is literally the biggest overcap. Unless you had something like a Phalanx on your team, or it's like the double multiplier in the end game, that is literally the biggest overcap you could possibly get pre 2 minutes, or without Phalanx. This is the second game back to back in which Rapidash has been giving problems for the opposing team. Like, it's not something that you see super often, to be fair, but it's definitely disrupting the flow of what these teams are accustomed to. Oh. Oh, so close. If Mew secured that kill in the Rapidash, that would have been some good experience, but no dice. It's a very early Unite move from Mew, so they're committing to this. Buzzwole Unite move onto Zacian. I mean, like, this is like this is kind of what I was talking about here. So like we had some very early Unite moves from both sides. Like early Unite move from you, they were afraid of getting caught out. They did get side-striked by Mewtwo. They surf. They kind of separate the team a little bit. I think Buzzwole is trying to get the Unite move onto Mew, but then they, got away. Then they end up targeting the Zacian. Zacian gets tagged by the Rapidash, Dazzling Gleam. Unite move from Mewtwo. And then you can see, like, they full on tried to brute force it. Like, Crustle pops Unite move. Blastoise pops Unite move. Like, everyone knows that this is the situation in which you use everything because they're going for the flip. But the problem is, like, it was just full on desperation. Like, hey, we don't need to watch the rest of this. This is just, it's over. So then, second game around. Oh, we have a Latios. Okay. So, Latios, haven't been seeing that in competitive. That At least not in any of the matches I've seen previously. Another Rapidash, Latios, Cinderace, and Mewtwo Y. Surfetch and Alcremie. Alcremie we haven't been seeing too often either. And that's also regular Lucario. Latios with an Umbreon? The thing is like, from a team composition standpoint, there are not a lot of things on the enemy team that can actually threaten the Latios reliably. Like, Psyduck has a lot of utility. Umbreon, utility. You have the Rapidash, in a lot of cases, it just runs around being annoying, but on top of that, it also has a Unite move to isolate people. And technically speaking, depending on the moveset that they use, Latios just outranges everyone. So they are Draco Meteor, just to be clear. Lots of tradings of kills back and forth, but the important thing, well, the most notable thing is the fact that Cinderace got a majority of that experience. Ay caramba. One thing I kind of want to mention right here is the fact that situations like this in which Latios is just free farming stacks is probably one of the best ways to just farm stacks is Latios. Because how you get stacks with Latios, whether you're using Dragon Pulse or Draco Meteor, you're either farming camps, kill securing camps and you get a stack, or like technically two stacks for every camp you kill. Or you're just using your skills on enemy opponents. So like when they just clump up together or they're just playing aggressive and you can just stay safe at the back, just casting skills nonstop, you are just allowing Latios to get those stacks and then hit that power spike that much quicker. Because the entire time, it's just like, they don't even need to get the kills, they just need to hit you with the skill. And they get stacks. Rinse and repeat. And as long as you're getting those bare minimum 100 stacks, you're going to be a threat no matter what. They got a 39-point overcap in the top lane, which is pretty good. They can't hold 50 points right now, so that's literally the best overcap at that given time. Latios just free farming stacks, by the way. Let me just point that out there once again. Free farming stacks and getting kills too. I think they got what? They had just hit level 10 prior to that Baltoy. They hit two people with that Draco Meteor, so 2 times worth of stacks. And then now, they got a full level plus the stacks they get from hitting. This is a 5 versus 3. Like Sadok, 5 versus 4. Oh my god. The fact that Cinderace lived, like, got mean looked and survived was criminal, bro. Like, they got hit by the Draco Meteor, but it wasn't enough damage. They gotta be careful. Surfetch is going around for a flank, and they're playing so aggressive right now. Snorlax got instantly melted. Like, I don't even know what to say, man. Like, the team comp they drafted for themselves is just poor. But like, I don't like their team comp. I'll just say that flat out. But not only that, if you're playing Mewtwo and Cinderace, your positioning needs to be impeccable. On top of the fact you're playing against a Rapidash with targeted stun and freaking point and click Umbreon with mean look. So if you're getting mean look by a Cinderace, mean look by an Umbreon as a Cinderace, you're just way too close. And then literally mean look, they already used their feint, they're stuck in the timeout circle. They unite move out of desperation, hoping that is enough to like long enough to keep them alive. And then here comes the Draco Meteor. Like Surfetch was waiting so long for an opportunity to go for that flank. And when they finally decide to do it, they whip their unite move. And Latias with the Draco Meteor, not surprising they secured it, because that is a shit ton of damage in just a short amount of time. The only way that this could have ended differently, like besides the fact if Force maybe fumbled hard, like Snorlax got melted. They didn't even get to Unite move. I thought Surfetch was gonna try and go for like a Unite move play here at some point, but they didn't. I think they got afraid of getting spotted out, so they tried to reposition and get out. They got out of the Pixel Bush and then tried to reposition from the looks of it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going aggressive. And then Surfetch goes in, whiffs. and then it's just over. Don't even gotta watch the rest of this. All right, I'm gonna keep it playing from here. I'm just gonna use the restroom very quickly, and then when I come back, I'll when I come back, I will fast forward to the next series. So be right back, guys. Restroom really quickly for me. Alright, I'm back. You left unsupervised again? Don't worry. What's the worst that can happen? My stream burns down? Yeah, let's fast forward this. Serena. Serena is something that we don't see very often anymore. Yeah, I'm a little sad that there was no invade on the Urshifu, but yeah, like this doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so the way that both these teams are positioning, it's very straightforward. Like even if you don't have the information that I have, so obviously, once again, just a reminder, we can see everything because we're watching from the spectator view. All right, so obviously we can see all Pokemon all given times. Naturally, Peru doesn't know where everyone is, vice versa, because well, they don't have that same level of information. But at the same time, like your teammates are already positioning in a way that is indicative that they're not interested in going bottom. Not to mention, even if you can't see people, you can see the animation of the objective like being pulled. Like you can like if you were to pan your camera top lane, and it's one of the things I don't like about this game because it makes vision less meaningful. Like it doesn't make sense to like just as an example, all right? Um in other MOBAs, it's called the Fog of War, in which like you have vision of things that you can see, and then you don't have vision of things that you can't see, essentially. So, just as an example, let's say for example, someone dies and they drop EOS energy, like they drop points like here, 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 whatever, okay? And then let's say for example, player one is standing over here, they pan their camera over here. Now, although they may not be able to see the opponents themselves, you'd be able to see if those points are getting picked up if someone were to walk across it. That to me doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, you don't have vision of, like, you can't see the enemy opponents, but you can see the points that are on the opposite side of the map and none of your teammates are nearby. That's something that doesn't make sense to me. It's stupid. It's a stupid mechanic. Number two, if they magically disappear, yeah, you may not see your opponent in the literal sense, but you shouldn't, like, that is indirectly telling you that someone on the enemy team is walking by close enough to the point in which they're picking up energy. That's one thing. Same thing applies to the objectives. Like, let's pretend that, you just have the Regieleki, no one's nearby except for, like, one person on the enemy team. You won't be able to see the enemy doing the you won't be able to see the enemy opponent, but you'll know if they're pulling the objective or not, which is also another stupid mechanic. Like, you should not be able to have vision of things that your teammates or yourself are not giving you direct access to. Like, unless someone is standing there, for example, I honestly think it's stupid that you're able to see that from the opposite side of the map. But anyways, that's besides the point. The point I'm trying to make here is, like, if teammate number 1, 2, 3, and 4, like, obviously 2 of them are already top, and then the other 2 are making that rotation, even if it is a little late. You are here by yourself, and you don't know how many people are here exactly, but you know someone's doing this objective if you're panning their camera at the bare minimum. So it's like, why are you standing there as if you're gonna do something when you know the rest of your teammates are nowhere nearby to even assist you? That to me is like, it doesn't make any sense. And then, like, they allow themselves to get caught up for no reason. Like, yeah, like, they're gonna score bottom lane anyways, like, whether you're there or not, it's a 1v4. So realistically, you're not gonna stop that. Not to mention, same thing on the side of Serena, like, top side, they sent 4 people top lane, although, like I said, it was a little late of a rotation. 4 people top lane on the side of Peru, but at the very least, Serena didn't run it down for no reason. You can also see the level difference in the jungle. Like, briefly, it was 2 levels, but yeah, Scyther's a full level ahead. They're almost level 12, so depending when they get that, they could be 2 levels ahead compared to the opposing jungle. I won't lie to you. I think this is just a huge misplay on the side of CACM. Like, I wasn't sure what the play was gonna be, so if I were to pause it right here, my initial thought was that Hoopa was gonna unite move and bring everyone top lane. That was my initial thought, even though I didn't say anything. So I thought Hoopa was gonna sit like chill top lane. They were gonna potentially like feign contesting this, and then Hoopa would stay top, unite move, and then they would go top lane as a group collectively and send 5 people top. However, it didn't actually play out that way. So Hoopa ended up rotating down. So they went from top to bottom, and it ended up being a 5v4. I don't like the fact that like it looked like Scyther was going for a potential like defense in case Hoopa tried to go for any cheeky like backcap plays. But I don't like the fact that Scyther, who is like their highest damage dealing member of their team comp, kind of just chilling top lane when the rest of the team is choosing to fight because you're just not getting value out of the level, like the experience advantage you accumulated on top of the fact that, well, without you, there's barely damage. There's barely any damage coming out of this team. How's it going, Luca? I was fighting Pika Diffs 3 stack with my duo and bro got mad. Bro got mad? Like your bro or like them? He was shit talking his own 3 stack. Bro, Pika Diff is a terrible player, man. They're one of the most overrated UCS players I've ever seen. Ooh. It's actually crazy to me that during that entire time, Kyogre's HP bar never fully reset. Like CACM are playing like super aggressive. Like although they're not forcing the fight, they're trying really hard to bait Peru into taking the fight with the way that they're playing the Kyogre. Like the thing is, Frank goes in aggressively by himself, and like if they got the kill secure, it could have been a different story. But the problem is they didn't have enough damage. Mew Solar Beam was a little too early because they were still in the Queen's Ascendant, so essentially it didn't do anything. Like look at the HP on that. Like literally one HP in a dream right there. Like Hoopa goes down, Scyther goes down. You can see Kyogre is just like literally what? About a quarter HP left. Inteleon lands the liquidation on the Mew, eject button, auto attacks, crits. And then what happened to Serena got hit by the Hydro Typhoon. And then like what kill secured them? Not that it matters that much, but they die regardless. It's a oh okay. It's like a combination of Inteleon and Urshifu. Mmm. Reggie on the Absol. Absol's something that is just like still has that solid early game, but when it comes to like late game, it's like one of those high risk Pokemon because it like the playmaking potential is there, but it's just super hard to execute, especially against the team comp that you're playing against. Like you're putting your like when you play Absol, you're playing with the attention that the early game is going to go in your favor because you're just trying to apply that early game pressure. Not to mention, you want to just be able to snowball early rather than play later. The issue is like regardless of the moveset that you play, a lot of things that most people draft traditionally are going to be able to survive that initial burst that Absol's known for, which makes it really difficult to play in the late stages of the game unless you're just going for you know, like a 1v1 play, a pick of some sort, or you're just being there to just try to brute force something. But yeah, not I don't like the Absol pick against this team. Like when hold on. Like the fact that they picked Absol into these four members is like, I don't know about that, gamer. God damn, bro. Buzzwole's just eating this top lane. That was definitely a throw on the side of Saraledge. Like, Saraledge kind of just baited Latios into taking that. Like, they were doing so well up until that point. They just dove in 1v4, like, because they can, I guess. That was a holy moly. Saraledge was angry. They came back and they went for the highlight reel play with that one. Oh my god. Garchomp United at like 10% HP, and they didn't even get like half their Unite move off. They got Draco Meteored and just got shat on. Oh, they still get the Snorlax. Oh my god! They still get two after they died. Oh, well, let me see that again. Hold on. Oh, wow. That's. Wow. 4v1 and they still take out two in the process. That's crazy. Peru isn't washed. 336 to 93. You're so far down that you need the objective. There's no avoiding it. Like, whether it's a team fight or a flip, it's already at 50%, by the way. Garchomp goes in. Oh my god! They pop their Unite move in the mean look. Absol goes down immediately without even uniting. Not that. Ugh. That is. Ouch. And this is exactly why. If you're playing Absol, like, you need to be running full heal against a Ceruledge. Like, that's so disrespectful. Like, at the bare minimum, like, full heal will prevent you from getting melted from Ceruledge, which is exactly what happened. But they're running X attack, so they're going for the flip. And Buzzwole gets it. We all know how this ends. We all know how this ends. Painfully and quickly. I don't know what's going on in these lanes, but Already killing the top lane, killing the bottom lane. Reggie Draghi, guys. I don't know what so I remember last season, or sorry, not last season, last year. I remember seeing Force, and like I saw Force, and I'm like, God damn, I never want to see these guys like play again, because like they were playing so bad. But then now all of a sudden, it's like somehow they've become the best team in LA, and other teams have just gotten, whether you want to say worse or like, God damn, Charizard's just running through their team, man. Ooh. Oh my god, bro. They are not respect. Wow, Vaporeon just got melted. Bro, like what just happened? Holy moly. Okay, so like for starters, I honestly don't know why Meowth is backhapping at this point. Because like I don't know if they were doing it for the Unite Move energy, or if they were just backcapping because they thought it was a good idea. Like, obviously, I'll never know. But, like, backcapping here is, like, just a giant question mark to me. Because not only is it trivial in the grand scheme of things, but, like, you're also allowing the enemy team, which is obviously these guys, to take advantage of the fact that you're not there and play aggressive. Like, as long as you're standing on the pad in vision, they know for a fact that they have a numbers advantage. That's just how it goes. Uh, yeah. So Vaporeon not only is getting blocked by the Snorlax, also got hit by the Snipe Shot, also getting hit by the Miraidon Charge Beam, and then they just get pumped by Lucario without even being able to unite. So now it's a 5 versus 3 because Vaporeon's dead and Meowth is still top lane. By the way, Meowth is farming, or no, now they're making their way middle. Charizard pops their Unite move. Like by the time Charizard Unite moves, they're already at less than half HP. Like they got hit by like a bit of everything. Unfortunately, like he's not positioning properly. That's the problem. Like besides the fact that you're already low, you need to maneuver in a way in which Lucario can't hit you. And then they got pupped and close combated, and they just evaporated. Zacian comes in trying to Sovereign Sword the Sovereign Sword the Kyogre, but they're getting zoned off by Snorlax. And then the only one there is Vaporeon trying to secure, but that's not realistic. I just think from the moment Meowth popped their Unite move until like from the moment they united early to going for a back cap, I think they just sold the game. Like I'll be real with you. Like that was like the most anticlimactic endgame I've seen in a while. Okay, we can fast forward this just because, save time. Venusaur is something we don't see very often, especially jungle Venusaur. But keep in mind this is before the Yeah, so we definitely don't see a lot of Venusaur right now. But what I was gonna say is that keep in mind this is before the patch update, and Venusaur got buffed in the most recent patch, so you might see it a little bit more frequently now. Specifically the Solar Beam variation. Damn. I don't know why Stamina Esports are playing so weird. Like, they are playing like they're playing super passive for objectives, but then like they randomly start to play like aggressive for I don't know, like it's like a delayed reaction type of thing, or like not reaction, but they're playing very reserved right now up until like now. Well, it's reached the point that they're so far behind that they kind of need to get the objective. So it's either a flip or a team fight, but they don't really have an objective for or a team come for flipping. What is Inteleon doing? Brother just ran it down like his life depended on it. Like, goddamn, dude, hello? Like, you're winning by over 100 points, you run into the enemy team jungle, and, like, you just get. Oh my god, dude. Inteleon sold this game. Inteleon sold that game so damn hard. I don't care what anyone says. You can't convince me that Inteleon didn't just run it down for no reason. Oh, Meowth scored! Wait. Score? Oh my god. Alright, like Machamp goes in, grabs Slowbro. They get united immediately, which is how they died. So, obviously, Slowbro's not the one you want to be grabbing as Machamp. But of course, there's no follow up anyways, so you just get melted instantly. You die with Unite move. The fact that the team fight went evenly, despite the fact that Machamp died, is pretty good for stamina, considering Machamp still has the Unite move if they are able to stall long enough. Snorlax dies, and it's like, okay, well, Brother, acrobatics off the wall, going into a freaking charge beam and solar beam. Oh my lord, that is a crime right there. I'm sorry, but like, no, 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 no. And then Machamp pops her Unite move, secures the kill into Garchomp, yada yada yada. Alright, we can fast forward. Finally! You know, the one benefit is, at least the games were quick enough to the point in which I can literally just go to NA now. Damn, Cramorant? Oh, wait, hold on, hold on. Ooh. Oh my lord. That was unfortunate. Okay, so like Curious is trying to go for like the surf plays, you know, every time you kill secure something with surf, it gets the cooldown refresh. So they went in, they surf, they get stunned, and then get hit by the dive, the Phantom Force. They get hit by the Cramorant empowered auto attack. They get stunned by the Psyduck. They get kill secured. Ceruledge goes in with the Bitter Blade, hits two, and like Cram is just there on the backside with their empowered auto attack with the dive combo, and they're just ay ay ay. And like it was looking good for EG, but then on top of that, or it was looking good for EG, but then Lunex come back from base. Not only do they get the kills, but they also score as well. And it was a big overcap too, which puts them in the lead, even though it's ever so slightly. Garchomp won't have Unite move for this, but Cram does. Ugh. I mean, they got this Greninja very early, but the problem is, they used two big resources to kill secure that. Like Ceruledge and Cramorant unite the Greninja, but Ceruledge only hit the one Greninja. Garchomp didn't have Unite move for that. They come back, pop your Unite move, and then they just die. I don't know what's happening here. Hmm. Garchomp is not having a good showing this game, I will say that. Like, the one time they grouped for a team fight, they didn't have Unite move, and then every other time, they're getting caught out, or they're overextending, or whatever. Huge wall for Mr. Mime. That was disgusting. Okay, so we'll play from here. Alright, so we got a bunch of things going on all at once. Um, Garchomp goes aggressive onto the Blastoise. Blastoise forced to Unite move, so, you for a Unite move. We got Showtime for Mr. Mime right here, so another Unite move here. We got Rapidash diving the backline, trying to get on top of, these two. So there's a lot of things going on at once. The important thing is, realistically, no one's dying just yet, or you do have some major resources. Like, obviously, Mr. Mime's Unite move is either used for, isolating people or setting up plays because you have that AoE stun. Blastoise, not the greatest Unite move because it's only really on, the Garchomp, and it doesn't really threaten them that much. So Cramorant pops their Unite move because, well, these two are trying to threaten the backline, and because they're close enough together, like, the Cramorant Unite move is going to bounce between the two. So this is the problem. Like, either get out of range or split up from each other so that way you're not both getting the full brunt of the Unite move. So while that's happening in the back, Ceruledge actually went aggressive and popped their Unite move. However, Zacian cleansed it immediately. So the only person that they hit cleansed it, which is not that great. Ceruledge goes down. Cramorant still in their Unite move, doing the damage. Gets the KO in the 1v1, or 1v2 against the Rapidash. Greninja also goes down. So Greninja was in the Unite move range of Cramorant, but then Garchomp, Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw, eject button on top of the Greninja, so they didn't even get to react. They get CC'd, and now you got a 4 versus 3. Now it's a 3 versus 3 because they kill secured the Psyduck. And then because Garchomp still has the Unite move and it's a 3 versus 3, they see this as the opportunity to brute force the objective because, well, they still need the objective to win. It's not like they're going to be able to backhap. So it's like, okay, we got the Garchomp, we have the DPS, we have the Unite move. Cramorant can also reposition inside and outside of the pit. So they can go in, out, in, vice versa. And then Mr. Mime's also zoning. But instead, bait them close enough, pop the Unite move. Now, nothing can stop the Garchomp from uniting. They're going to get their damage off as long as people are in the radius. So that right there is just like, they are able to synergize their skills in the best way possible. So Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo lands on the Zacian, which is like the main threat on their team right now that's alive. There's the wall, there's the stun, there's the dive, there's the hurricane. What not? Wait, that's not the hurricane. And then Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo right here. There's only one person in the area that can potentially steal. So this right here is just like you CC the Blastoise, they can't react, and then your team secures it, and then they just get the objective. Okay, we can skip this just because we already know. At this point, there's no sugarcoating it. It's just over right now. Hey, Benny. Oops. Zera for game 2? Sheesh. Okay. Ooh. Okay, Hoopa's coming down bottom now. So now Zacian can also come bottom as long as Hoopa Unite moves. I mean, they have massive. Like the one thing that Lunex have is like they have massive wombo combo. Like they got Garchomp, Cramorant, Zera Unite move, Showtime for Mr. Mime, even Psyduck. Like all AOE damage dealing Unite moves with, some of them having crowd control. So the game is really slowed down since the beginning of the game. Like in the early stages of the game, like there was a little bit of back and forth, but now like both teams are playing relatively reserved, and I guess they're just waiting for like the last team play of the game before they go aggressive again. Oh my god! They got and like they focused the right target and just deleted them. Dude, Greninja went in aggressively, gets ulted by Zera, gets united by Garchomp, gets taken to literally like 1% HP. And the fact that Hoopa died without uniting is a crime, bro. Like the moment Garchomp got on top of Hoopa, like Hoopa should have just pressed the unite move immediately. Damn. And then Citadel versus IX. Yeah, so like I said, at this point of the like the regional playoffs, I believe Citadel was already eliminated from the playoff contention. So like it didn't really matter if they won or lose because they didn't qualify for the playoffs based on like record or seeding, however you wanna. No, sorry, record. Team YouTube fell off so much. Like it's kind of sad because like they're one of the teams or like There's a handful of teams, but like there's some teams that have been playing since like the beginning of Pokemon Unite. But the unfortunate reality that we're in is that they have progressively gotten worse than what they were before. Like peak Team YouTube, like the biggest problem with Team YouTube was their consistency. But like when they played well, they used to be like a top 8 team ish. But now, like technically speaking, they qualified. Well, I don't know if they got invited or qualified for this, but like they consider like you can consider yourself a top 8 team because you're part of the regional league. But I mean, I'm not gonna say they would have done better with Dave or Yomu's, but I personally feel like when they lost those players, they lost like one of those vocal team members that would shock call maybe. But it's really hard to say. Wow. I'm honestly shocked. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, there's two things that I should probably mention here. So, what I've noticed in the last like 2 weeks, or like the last 2 regional weeks, Citadel Gaming have this drafting thing in which they like to play double carry, like double ranged attacker carry to be specific. Specifically, if we're using like the recent week examples, they would play Mewtwo, Y, and Raichu. This time around, they're doing Greninja and Inteleon. And not to say that it can't work, but in terms of overall results, they haven't found much success with it. And quite frankly, I'm honestly surprised Mega Charizard Y got through both bans and it wasn't picked up. Like Mega Charizard Y against this team comp against that I extracted could have been insane. Like they could have kept either the Inteleon or the Greninja, but like how did we just let Mega Charizard Y just sit? Like, come on. Oh, that right there is a oopsie. Okay, so Flareon's went in with the Surf, gets the kill secure and Snorlax, and you think, okay, looking pretty good. But then they tried to surf away, but because they already got grabbed by the Machamp, or sorry, Machoke, they get submission backwards and they get punished. Ugh. Once you get grabbed, like if you're already in the animation, like you're getting flung back even if you eject button. Oh, there's the Hoopa Unite move. They're going for bottom. From the looks of things. You know, one thing that's also kind of like worth mentioning as well is like not now, but back in the previous days of Team YouTube, they used to play so aggressive. Now they just play like very slow, and it's not even like super methodical either. It's not like they're like many. They're not taking the initiative to really do anything. They're kind of just like playing reactionary for the most part, and they only really do something now when they know that they have to, whether it be like a team fight that they're initiating or the enemy team is initiating. It's like they know when they need to team fight, but now when they're not, it's like okay, let's just kind of chill for majority of the game. Oh, nice snipe shot. Oh no. Oh no. The biggest thing right here that happened in this team fight was this. So it was looking pretty good. All right, like Inteleon is doing what they're supposed to do. Like they're staying back and they're trying to poke with snipe shot. First snipe shot lands, takes Machamp to less than half HP, which is good. Like you may have not got the kill, but you're threatening the back line, like the front line, back line, whatever. Snipe shot into Mimikyu, less than half HP. Mimikyu pops out Unite move on Greninja, and if you look at Machamp, they immediately united. And by the time Greninja gets out that Unite move animation from Mimikyu, they just get punched to death. Ay, 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 ay. And then okay, it's the same thing again. So Citadel decides to go for double attacker team comp, ranged attackers. This time they're going Raichu and Decidueye. I don't know, man. Like once again, it doesn't matter because at this point they didn't qualify for playoffs, so they can play whatever they want. Like it won't change anything. However, they were playing that even when they still had a chance to qualify, but they like. Oh, that is a big kill. Greninja went in what like 1v4. Not only did they miss their Unite move, but they get punished for it as well. Huge. I think just an opinion, but one of Team YouTube's obviously Citadel Gaming now, but like I think one of their biggest weaknesses is the character pool of the individual players, meaning like the people on Team YouTube, like a lot of them only play so many things, so it limits their team comp options. At least that's the impression I get after like watching them play for like the last like 3 weeks, not including now. Like, let's say for example that like someone plays only like 3 Pokemon, right? So whatever those 3 Pokemon may be, naturally you're gonna have to find a team composition that works, but you don't have that flexibility to play other things to allow you to expand with your team comps. Oh my god. They just ran through their back like they just ran through their team and their back line. It's over. Team YouTube, Team YouTube, Team YouTube. And then it goes without saying as well, but when it comes to the regional league, in case you guys don't know, only the top like you have to qualify to the playoffs. So like they're playing in the league right now. Then you have to qualify for playoffs. And then only the top two teams that make like that qualify to playoffs, those two teams make it to Worlds. That's how it works. Now, in the event that you don't qualify for playoffs or you don't make top two, the only way you can qualify for Worlds is like the major tournaments, which are the ones that you have to travel for. Um, and that is just like you have to keep in mind that unless you're actively practicing, as in like setting up scrims and just playing as fives consistently when these tournaments are not going, the likeliness of you winning those tournaments is just so low that it almost just like kills that motivation to play. I don't know. They're just how I perceive it. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, they don't even make it to playoffs, and then whether they decide to continue playing or not, that is a completely different story. I don't know if we'll see them later on in like the last chance qualifier or like NAIC or whatever other tournaments that are left. But yeah. Either way, guys, I actually have to go, guys. I did say it was going to be like a bit of a short stream, but yeah, today, tomorrow, and the next day after that. So just checking the calendar. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday, they're going to be relatively short streams because, and the reason for that is because I know when it comes to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they're going to be long ass streams. Like we're going to be watching ACL every day, and those are going to be long streams, probably like 8 to 10 hour streams a piece. So I'm kind of giving myself a small break for ACL because I know they're going to be long. Tomorrow I'll play some games for Pokemon Unite. Yeah, we'll probably play some games. Uh, we'll see, and then I'll kind of just play it by ear. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today, guys. I gotta go. I gotta go like out. So I'll see you guys later, and hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day. All right, take care.